goes 11.25, 119 on the mile an hour right side. That white Nova 348 on the reaction time goes 13.96, 98 on the mile an hour. The Zimmerman Dart in the right side. Not sure who's driving that today. 65 on the reaction time, goes 11.93 at 111 left side. 67 reaction time, goes 10.55, 126. Side, Spencer Elliott clicks at 14th thou red. Through the quarter mile goes 11.17. Right side, Rob Martino 45 green goes 13.06 at 102. Reaction time right there for Carl Mapes in the right side, 0:02. He's going to go 11.73, 113 on the mile an hour. Allison Bollet left side, 29 thou red, goes 11.29, 120 miles an hour. Henry Leba in the left side right there, goes 64, runs 11.10, 120 on the mile an hour right side, 298 reaction time. Coming up next, Mark Pelkey on the left side. Up next to Danny Kortenberg. .64 reaction time there for Pelkey in the left. 1:08, Kortenberg in the right. Pelkey goes 10.54, 127. Kortenberg goes 15.95 in that right lane. 1:30 reaction time there in the left, 0:51 reaction time in the right, 10:29, 130 on the mile an hour. In that left side, 51 reaction time in the right, goes 13:14 at 102.
There's Pinto in the right lane. I think that's Samantha Kidd. Sarah Kidd made a good performance a few events ago in that same car. Gonna have similar reaction times, 3,000 difference, a 107 and a 110 in the left and right lanes. Gonna finish a 12.218 and a 13.979 second run in the left and right lanes.
Taking on Ryan Tetrol. Ryan crushing it, goes 007, runs 11:55, 116 on the mile an hour. Thad Card, left side, 40 reaction time, not bad there, goes 11:34.
Attention pits, this is the second call for our test and tune racers to lanes 5 and 6. Test and tune racers, lanes 5 and 6, second call. Now we have Denise Heath in the left lane, and I believe that's Joe Kidd in the right. He's going to go red in that new red paint job. Denise Heath, 13.249. Joe Kidd going to be in the red on that reaction, but 10 seconds. Now we got Wolfmeyer in the left lane in that Vega wagon.
Nicely painted Camaro there in the right. Reaction time there in the right side, 004, goes 11:24, 120 on the mile an hour.
Wolfie gonna get 11.517 seconds, 116 mile an hour.
Up here in the left side, Scuba Steve Shoemaker. Now Ford Ranger is gonna be taking on Tim O'More.
Remember, racers, we're going to need numbers on the driver's side of your vehicle. On the left side of your vehicle, we need some numbers. Having the numbers just on the passenger side is not going to suffice for us up in the tower.
47 reaction time there for Shoemaker, goes 18:71, 47 on the mile an hour. Tim O'More, 81 reaction time, goes 9:02, 149 in that Camaro. Next up here, going to be Tyler Sally, left side. Going to be taking on Scott Oxford.
And then you have
thou in that left lane.
.009 reaction time there for Sally goes 11:71, 111 on the mile an hour. Oxford 60 on the reaction time.
Eric, you copy?
Now we got Christine Fife in the burnout in this Chevy pickup. Now Christine Fife and 094 on the reaction. This is going to be our third call for our test and tune races for lanes 5 and 6. Third call for our test and tune racers, lanes 5 and 6. Christine Fife, 15.020 seconds, 89 miles an hour.
Next out here, out of Team Mexico in the left side, the Spider-Man painted Monte Carlo. Not sure who that is, but one of the Ortiz gang, maybe Carlos. He's going to be taking on Corey Oxford. Oxford in that Camaro in the right. Nice reaction time there in the left. 10 thou green. Goes 9:19 at 1:44. Oxford clicks at 6 thou red and goes 12:93, 106. Up here in the left, Luis Hermosillo out of Mexico. Whoa.
Looks like that
Maybe.
tire might be a little crooked in that left lane.
Yeah, maybe some suspension issues there, it looks like. It's Tatum Marconi in the right side, goes 11:30, 110. After a 1:13 reaction time, Hermosillo clicks it way red, 1:41. Looking like he's having some suspension issues there in the front. I'm glad he hung on to it there. Here's Marco Campo back around here in the left side, making his second hit. He's taking on Brad Hawk. Hawk in that Mustang in the right side. A little bit of Mustang on Mustang action here in the time run.
Ocampo's previous reaction time was a 090, 11.055 second run. Gonna get a 101, 0.011 seconds slower than his previous run. Gonna hit 1/10 of a second slower at the end of the track. 8th thou reaction time from Brad Hawk in the right lane, 10.458 seconds.
Nice Nova here in the left side. That pink S10 in the right. .169 the reaction time in the left for that Nova. 82 reaction time for the truck in the right, 11:09. 120 the run in the left lane, 11:23 at 118 the run in the right. Here in the left side, Kyle Fritz in the Dirty Bird. You're gonna be taking on Chuck Hawk. This Hawk back around for his second entry. Fritz 100 on the reaction time goes 11:10 in the left. Hawk 13 on the reaction time goes also 11:10, 120 on the mile an hour there.
028 we're in the red in that left lane, that right lane in 058 on the reaction time. Gonna hit the end of the track, 10.446 in the left lane, 128 on the dot, 13.007 in the right lane, 102 miles an hour.
Here in the left, this is Allison Boley back on the second entry. To be up there next to Zach Taylor.
Boley ran earlier today, but it seems like she might be double entered as she's running a different number this time. An 014 from Boley in the left lane. Taylor in the right, an 024.
Couple of great lights right there. Taylor getting to the finish line first, goes 10:60. 11:24 the run for Boley in the left. Right side here, Paul going up against this car on the left. Seen this car on the left make a run earlier today as well. Lorton clicks at 32 red. Goes 10.02, 136 on the mile an hour. 10.52, 126 the run in the left after a 66 reaction time.
Now, one last foot brake car before we go into our test and tunes. Going to be a left lane single. Sergio Hermosillo in this Grinch. In this Grinch Nova, got the big old Grinch paint job on the side. Says the Grinch on the hood. Sergio Hermosillo, I believe out of Mexico. Gonna run this last single before our test and tune next race.
Final car here in foot brake, getting ready to roll out.
A .3 reaction.
Runs it down, that's going to be a 9.79, 133 on the mile an hour.
Skylar Barichko in that right lane for sale dragster. That left lane Cody Robinson. That dragster leaked a little oil yesterday. Hopefully can keep up some good fortune with it. In the red for Barichko, and 017 for Robinson in the left lane. Gonna hit a 10-second run for Robinson, 8 for Barichko. An 8th thou reaction in the left lane, 026 in the right. 8th thou is pretty impressive. Gonna run 10 seconds for the 2, 10.3 and a 10.8.
Up here in this next pair, something pretty interesting. Got that new gen Pro Mod looking Mustang. Believe that car is owned and driven by Pat and Neil. Have not seen that car before, but it's very interesting. I'll bet it is pretty quick. Imagine it's Ford powered. It's going to be Bill Kidd's Nova here in the left side. Not sure if that's Bill or Sarah today. Probably Sarah. Sarah, 020 reaction time in the left. Goes 651, 105 to the 8th. Looks like shut it off after that. Up here, got a couple of dragsters. This left side, that's Dylan Smith. Up against the black dragster in the right. Looks like it's for sale. Not sure who that is. Double 07, the reaction time for Smith in the left. 26, the reaction time in the right. Smith, 503, 137 to the 8th. Looks like he clicked it off there. 26 reaction time in the right goes 526, 131. 838 out of that quarter mile.
Paul Coleman in that Chevelle in the left lane. Got a Camaro in the right lane. Not sure who is operating that vehicle. Yeah, 108 and a 6th thou in that right lane Camaro. Gonna hit 2 similar times, 9.799, 9.744 in the left and right lanes.
Here on the left side, this is Lino Cimaroli, the spoiled, rotten Mustang. Up against this gray and Nova on the right side, little Ford versus Chevy here. .48 reaction time in that left lane for Cimaroli. Right side reaction time is 3:44. Goes 11:26, 117 in the right. 11:75, 112 for Cimaroli in the left.
Looks like might have been some kind of fluid spill on the track. During this short intermission, might be able to run to the restroom or even to the concession stand right next to the track. Get some barbecue among other food items. I'm not sure if our bar is open tonight, but if it is and you're wishing to partake and of age, then go right ahead. Enjoy yourself.
Tucson Dragway track crew makes short work of that little spill there.
Looks like Curtis Zinzieta, that left lane. Plymouth, that right lane. That's Matt Bong.
Roadrunner taking on the Mustang here. Be a monster matchup in eliminations. Zinzalita, Matt Bong, both known to go some rounds here at Tucson Dragway.
An 033 that left lane. Bong an 018 on the reactions. Gonna hit the quarter mile 9.478, 10.253.
Battle of the Chevrolet pickup trucks here. Left side, it's gonna be Bob Cohen. Be up here next to Ron Height. The C10 in the left, and a couple of nice lights. Cohen 12 on the reaction time. Height double 08. Cohen goes 11:10, 118 on the speed, 11:36, 117 for Height in the right.
We got Brandy Card, that left lane, that right lane in that dragster, Hazley Price. Gonna go red for Hazley Price, a 132 for Card in the left lane.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We got a racer in need, racer in need. If anyone has a Power Glide, if anyone has a Power Glide transmission, the Wolfmeyer gang would be looking for that. So if anyone has a Power Glide transmission, would like to help a racer out, you can take that over to the Wolfmeyer pit. It'd be much appreciated.
Got a Mustang that left lane. Gonna be car 1256. Eliseo Beltran in that right lane, car 1979.
Interesting looking car there in the right. Not sure what that is. Pretty cool setup. Sadly, neither of these cars are going to get down clean. Looks like that car on the left side not going to shift. Having some issues there after a 92 reaction time. Beltran in the right just going to idle down. Looks like had some issues leaving the starting line, so neither of those cars going to get the run they were looking for.
Got a red Nova wagon that left lane, and that right lane, that's Manuel Urena in that Malibu. Attention pits. This is the first call out for our double entered foot brake cars to lanes 3 and 4. First call, double entered foot brake cars, lanes 3 and 4. Looks like Urena's gonna go red, and fourth thou, that left lane wagon. Gonna be a 10.9 and an 11.9.
Up here on the right side, got this Camaro piloted by Luis Armenta. Bumping it in. Double 0-4 on the reaction time. Nice light there. Out of that Camaro. Runs it down, goes 7:32 through that 8th mile and shuts it off. Coasts through the quarter to go 12:21 at 86 on the mile an hour. Up here in the left side, this Fox Body Mustang out of Mexico. Going up against on the right side. That right lane gonna flick at 19 thou red. Left side goes 41 green. Left side goes 1126, 120. Right side 1124, 117. Left side, Gabriel Hernandez Jr., the S10, is going up against KJ Desa. Desa out of Vegas, Hernandez out of Mexico. Dragster on door car. Nice light for Hernandez, 009. Desa, 33. Goes 507 to the 8th, shuts it off to go 863 through the quarter. Hernandez, 629 to the 8th, also shuts it off to go 1071.
Attention pits, this is our second call for our foot brake double entries. Second call for our foot brake double entries, lanes 3 and 4. 3 and 4.
Here on the left side, this is Hector Hernandez in the 84 Ford Mustang. 377. Whoa, lots of tire spin for that Mustang, getting real sideways there. That dragster in the right side, 13 reaction time, goes 473 and shuts it off after that 8th mile. Left side, Hernandez, 003, nice light, goes 592 at 118.
Attention pits, this is our last call for our double entries and our first call for our single entries, all other foot brake cars. So all foot brake cars, lanes 3 and 4, all foot brake cars to lanes 3 and 4.
Got a driver's license pass here in the left side. It's pro mod looking car, got the wheelie bars, the big tires, the wing, the scoop, everything set up. Sure, this car is pretty quick doing a driver's license pass here, so not sure if they're gonna run it all the way out or what's gonna happen, but we're about to find out. Staged up. Got it slowed down, goes 557 at 121, runs 881, 149 through that quarter mile.
Left lane Mustang, that right lane Ray Montoya in that orange Bel Air.
Very nice car there in the right. Super nice pinstriping on there. That car is fast, I am sure. Be very interested to see that thing go down.
I know at last night's test and tune, Montoya's Bel Air in that right lane was pretty quick. Certainly beat out a couple of stock Bel Airs last night.
for Montoya. In the right side goes 493, 143 through that 8th mile. Shuts it off to go only 822 at 126. What a run there. That Mustang 36 reaction time goes 8:58 through that 8th mile and 13:77 at 104 through the quarter. Left side, Ariel Zavala, Nat Chevy, very nice car. He's going up against Sebastian Rivera.
Now, racers, if we're noticing, up above, the track lights are now on. That means we're gonna need at least one functioning tail light on every car going down the track. Track lights means tail lights. As it gets darker, we need to be able to see you. Safety reasons, I think, or something. But yeah, at least one functioning tail light on every car going down the track. Make sure your tail lights are on.
Here on the left side, this is Henry Leba. He's going up against Gabriel Hernandez in the right. Hernandez in the dragster. Very, very nice car. Going up against Leba. Leba, that Dart. AZ differential specialist. Red lights start for Leba by 3 thousandths of a second. 8:31 through that quarter mile for Gabriel Hernandez, shutting it off early. Goes 4:89 at 140 through the 8th mile after a 40 reaction time. Leba goes 10:99 at 121 through that quarter mile.
Now we have Aaron McCammond. Looks like he's going to be doing a single in that El Camino in the left lane. Perfect reaction. From McCammond. That perfect reaction is going to get him a 9.5 at the quarter mile. 6-second 8th mile. Going to be 138 miles an hour at that quarter. Looks like he ran it all the way to the quarter. But it was a perfect reaction from Aaron McCammond. Impressive start. So remember, racers, as we're going down the track, now that those lights are on above, we will be needing at least one tail light on your vehicle. So track lights means tail lights, people.
Very nice. Tri-5 Chevy here. Sounds like it's got a Pro Charger on it. Got the tail lights on now. Just like everyone else should have their tail lights on. Looks like this car might be running in our small tire category here tomorrow, getting a little bit of testing in. Picked up the front tires out there about 60 feet, really ramping the timing in. Ended up, looks like, spinning the tires out there, getting out a little farther. So had to abort the run, play it safe. There's another very fast looking car here in the left side. Maybe a Ford Probe. Looks like maybe an old Pro stock car. Whatever it is very quick.
.031 reaction, a solid performance. Gonna be a 7-second quarter mile, 4-second eighth mile. A very nice sunset in the background here at Tucson Dragway. As the sun sets and the track lights turn on, it starts to get dark. Make sure you have a tail light on, and make sure you're paying attention to the track instead of the sunset. If you're driving, you know, pay attention to the road.
There's Rodney Ward in the left side. Very nice pickup truck going up against Hector Hernandez Jr.
Attention all foot brake racers. Foot brake racers, lanes 3 and 4. We are about to start running foot brake and stop running our test and tune. So start making your way to lanes 3 and 4 for our foot brake racers.
Couple of very nice reaction times there. Rodney Ward, 006 in the left, Hernandez 13 in the right. Ward 634, 109, and in that eighth mile, 621 also at 109 for Hernandez in the right. Up here on the solo shot, this is Flaco Moreno in the right side. The Border Battle King, as he calls him. Moreno 128 reaction time, goes 12:08, 90 miles an hour through that quarter mile. Alex Lamas in the left side. Going up against Mike Zimmerman. Zimmerman in the right side. And that Ranchero, a beautiful car, painted by Bone Scraper. It's got the top cut off it, going roadster style. I believe it's shortened. And a beautiful paint job, just like his dragster. Zimmerman, 32 reaction time, goes 6:06 at 1:14 to that eighth mile where he clicked it off. Lamas, 23. I believe clicks it off after that eighth mile as well.
Now remember, track lights means tail lights. We're gonna need at least one tail light on your vehicle as you're going down the track.
Another driver's license pass here. Goes out there to about the 3:30 foot mark. Shuts off after a 30 reaction time. Left side, Jesus Manriquez. The Dart going up against Howard Gerstle. Gerstle, the small block Chevy powered Pinto in that right side. Gerstle 112 reaction time goes 10:55 at 1:31 in that right lane. Manriquez 122 red goes 13:36 at only 59 miles an hour, shutting it off after the 8th. Here on the left side, it's going to be Andreas Hull. That 94 Chevy truck. Right side, that's Jeremy Jacobs. The Plymouth Savoy. That big car sure does move. That is very fast with that Mike Zimmerman horsepower under the hood. A lot of smoke out of Hull's truck there. Looks like he realized it might be down on track there for a little bit. 39 reaction time. Shuts it off after clearly feeling something was off in that truck there. Jeremy Jacobs, 45 reaction time, goes 9:21. 140 in that newly painted Plymouth Savoy. Looks like we're going to have to send out our track crew, go check it out. Quite a bit of smoke came out of the right side of Andreas Hull's truck there.
During this short intermission, don't forget we have some food vendors, food trucks up here by the entrance to the track. We got some ice cold lemonade, some frozen drinks, some donuts. I definitely saw a barbecue truck down there, so go on and grab some stuff. I'm getting word that our bar is open tonight as well, so if you're of age and wishing to partake in some adult beverages, quench your thirst a little bit, there's over in our snack booth, our concession area, there is a little blue building. I believe that's where our drinks are being sold. Also, I'm getting word that in a little bit our gift shop will be open, so if you want, you know, any gift shop items, head on down in a little bit. When that is open, I will give you the word.
Looks like the track is all clear. Back to racing, another driver's license pass here. That very nice S10. Goes 9:41 at only 1:18, shutting it off early for a 5:84 to that 8th mile. 16 reaction time for Ruiz. Nice light.
Remember, racers, track lights means tail lights. Make sure our tail lights are on while we're going down the track.
Interesting setup here. Front wheel drive Civic in this left side. It'll be very interesting to see how that works out. That Ford Maverick in the right side. Very nice car there as well. 35 reaction time for that Maverick in the right.
Almost
Civic, 4:17.
Almost a half second tardy on that Civic, but it's still going to make it to the quarter mile sooner and the 8th mile. 7.37 and an 11.19. Going to be a 7.6 and a 12.03 for the Ford Maverick. Now that was the last pair for our test and tunes, so now our foot brakes are going to be going on our double entries first.
Here in the left side, this is Chuck Hawk, dialed in 1120. He's going up against Melissa Citro. Citro in the 82 Ford Mustang Coupe. Beautiful Mustang in the right, painted by Bone Scraper Customs, our live stream sponsor. Pair of Fox body Mustangs here, pretty close in year. Oh, and red light start for Citro 20, Thou red, Hawk 13. Puts it 4 under. Citro 20 red, runs it out to be 9 hun under that dial.
Remember, racers, there are buybacks at the entrance to staging. So if you're interested in buybacks, they will go straight into the second round.
Here in the left side, 1051, that dial in. Right side dialed in, 1137.
Impressive reaction time in that left lane, an 017, an 084 in the right.
Left side should have it. And the left side does have it. 17, taking 47 at the stripe. Puts it well above that dial in, 84, and way above in the right. Had plenty of room there in the left to turn on that wind line. Allison Bollet here in the left side. Dialed 1125. Going up against Brad Hawk. Hawk dialed 1045 in that right side.
We just got a kettle corn delivery up here in the announcer booth from Yummy Kettle Corn. They're in the concession
Wow.
row.
Huge advantage to Bull A in the left side was 000 to Hawks 53 light. Bull A taking a large amount of that finish line stripe, breaks it out more, and gives the win over to Brad Hawk. Here in the left, that is Luis Hermosillo, dial 1374. Taking on the S10 in the right, dial 1122. Hermosillo out there having issues with that front suspension again. Hang on to it out there, Luis, and the wind light is going to come on for that truck in the right. 010 on the reaction time, 11:31, getting out of it and playing it safe. The left side, Hermosillo 89 was at a big disadvantage. Wisely shut it off, saved the car. Looks like he's going to have some work to do on that front suspension there. That truck in the right side going to move on to round number 2.
Nathan and I just broke into this Yummy Kettle Corn, so make sure you get some. It definitely beats the taste test. Definitely wins. Down in concession row, Yummy Kettle Corn.
I can confirm the kettle corn is pretty yummy. You're going to have to go get you some kettle corn down there on concession row. Yummy kettle corn. Here in the left side, the Spider-Man of Monte Carlo, driven by one of the Ortiz gang. 919 the dial in. Taking on Ryan Tetrault. Tetrault in the right, dial 1156. Going to get a 2-second plus head start for Tetrault in the right. You're going to have to do a lot of waiting here in the left lane. Oh, and Tetrault flicks it 12 thou red. 103 reaction time, waited a little bit too long there in the left. Ends up breaking out, but still turning on that wind light. Tetrault, 12 red, breaks out as well, but it didn't matter after that red light was on the starting line.
Now we have Wolfmeyer, that left lane, orange Nova wagon. Then we have that right lane Pinto. I believe that is Samantha Kidd, maybe Sarah Kidd.
Another decent split here, a little bit slower of times, but still almost 2.5 second difference in dial-ins here. Wolfmeyer gonna have to be very patient in that Vega wagon.
Looks like Wolfie went under his dial-in. Gonna be red. That's gonna go to the Kid in the right lane.
going to go 44 thou red. Tatum Marconi in the right. Goes 72 green. Marconi well under that dial. About a 10th under there. That Corvette puts it about 2/10 above. Looks like it was maybe spinning those rear tires up here at the starting line. Next pair out, going to be Mark Pelkey, left side, dial 1052. Right side, Rob Martino, dial 1305. Another very large split here. 2.5 seconds on the difference. Pelkey not patient enough. Puts it way red, 118. 101 the reaction time for Martino in the right. Goes 1285 on that 1305, way under the dial. Pelkey puts it dead on 3, but after that 118 red light, not going to get it done. Next up here, got this Camaro in the left side, dialed 1355, taking on Tim O'More. O'More dialed 905. Talk about a big split. Just talking about 2.5 seconds earlier. This is 4.5 seconds. Gonna have to see Tim be very patient here.
Gonna be sitting at the starting line for almost 4 seconds. Tim O'More's gonna go red. 011.
Not patient enough by just 11 little thousandths. That left side, 112 on the reaction time, goes 1356 on the 1355, one above. Nice run there. O'More, 11th thou red, puts it 600 under. This is Spencer Elliott in the left. And that Maverick, dialed 1115. Nova in the right side, dialed 1389. Wow. On a double breakout, the win light is going to go to Spencer Elliott in the left side at 127 reaction time, and he left first.
Seems on that last pair, they were both a little generous with their times on their dials. Gonna have that Grinch back up in the right lane. Seems like it's gonna go a little faster than the car on the left.
Here in the left is Kyle Fritz, dialed 11-0 in the Dirty Bird. Kyle, very accomplished foot brake racer. Bumps it in.
Kyle 017 in that red. Even with a tardy start, that right lane Grinch car gonna take it.
That one's gotta hurt for Kyle Fritz. 17 red, while the opponent is 361 up front. Fritz puts it well under that dial and going 1089 on the 11-0. After the red light, the Grinch gonna turn on the win light in the right side. Here we're a little closer in dials. This is Danny Kortenberg in the right, dial 1059. Left side, turquoise Nova, dial 1030. The win light gonna come on for the left side. Had the reaction advantage by just a little bit, went 99 to Kortenberg's 111. 99 and 2 above, taking about 5 seconds at the stripe. Gonna turn on the win light there. Kortenberg looked to have some issues there after being a little bit tardy on the starting line. It's Tyler Sally here in the left side, 1169 the dial. The Mopar taking on this nice red Camaro in the right. That Camaro dialed 1123.
Eighth thou in the red in that right lane. O'More and 055. Gonna get 11 seconds for the two. Gonna go to O'More. Right lane, red light, eighth thou.
Couple of very nicely painted cars here. Let's try 5 Chevy in the left out, 1318. Going up against that Fox body Mustang in the right. Guessing from the paint job might be one of the Lortons, but I'm not sure about that. It's dialed in 1302.
Nobody's gonna go red, an 095 and an 015. Gonna go to that 015, the right lane.
Nice lap there out of the right side. 15. Take 27 thou at the stripe. Putting it just a few numbers above. Gonna light up that scoreboard. Nice lap there. Here is Corey Oxford on the left side. That Camaro dialed 1290. Going up against Paul Lorton, the pro track champ. He's dialed 1005. Leaving here off the foot brake. Chasing. Will Lorton get there? Survey says yes, he will. Was at a significant reaction time disadvantage, 52 to Oxford's 25, but was able to get there by 10 thou at the stripe. Just 1 foot at the end to turn on the win light there for Paul Lorton. Here's Denise Heath in the left side, 1323 the dial, taking on Scott Oxford. Oxford in the right dial, 11-0.
Eighth thou reaction in the left lane, 051 in the right. Eighth thou very impressive, but will it be enough to win? Yes, it will. 13.3 over a 13.23 dial. Going to be an 11095 to an 11 dial in the right.
Heath, big reaction time advantage there. Puts it just a few numbers above. Taking 56 thou at the stripe. Plenty. Ends up turning on that win light. Here on the left side, this is Thad Carr, dialed in 1130. He's going up against the Zimmerman Dart there. Not sure who's behind the wheel of that car right now. He's dialed in 1190. For the right side, booked at 52, Thou Red. Thad Card in the left. Very nice 15 reaction time. Goes dead to 17 total for Thad Card right there. Throwing it down off the foot brake. 52 Red in the right. No good.
Christine Fife and Joe Kidd battle of the Chevy pickups. That left lane, that's Christine Fife. That brown one, that red Chevy pickup, that is Joe Kidd.
15. Oh, the dial for Fife in the left. 10, 15 the dial for Joe in the right. Couple of pickup trucks, but a very, very large ET split here. 4.85 seconds. The difference in dial. Joe gonna have to be very patient, but Joe is a great racer.
Biggest dial difference of the night thus far. Christine Fife's gonna go red. Will Joe Kidd? No, he will not. Joe Kidd gonna win because of Christine Fife's red.
Joe, 80 and a 10th under. Needed that red light from Fife. She was 32 red and 4 under the dial. Left side, that Nova, dialed in 1105. Taking on the Corvette in the right. That Corvette is Jordan Hart, dialed 1298. Wind light comes on for Jordan Hart. 47 above. Gets behind 12 thou. Left side, 106 was pretty far behind. Breaking it out. 3 thou, taking 12 at the stripe.
Marco Campo, that left lane. That right lane, that's a Chevelle, that red Chevelle. Marco Campo, red, 011. Really tardy start in the right lane, but it's gonna take it because of Marco Campo's early.
Wow. lot of luck for that car in the right lane. 683 on the reaction time. Still going to turn on the wind light. Ocampo turns it red.
Jake Taylor in the left lane, Chuck Hawk in the right in that Mustang. Gonna see a 1060 dial from Taylor. That right lane gonna be an 1108 from Hawk.
Wow, what a race right there. Zach, 000 on the reaction time, puts it 36 thou under the dial, taking 11 thou at the stripe on the double breakout. 16 was the reaction time in the right, but that 000 was too much to overcome.
That's gonna be our second perfect reaction of the night. Oh, that's a kid, right?
Coming up, next pair here is Henry Leba. The left side dialed 1105. Taking on one of the downings there in the bustin' loose Plymouth Arrow. The right side, 1050 the dial in. That car been in a lot of super street races and very successful. Identical reaction times, but on different sides of the tree. Downing 25 red, Leba 25 green. That decides the race. Henry Leba comes back for the next round.
We got this Mustang in the right lane going against Joe Kidd Jr. That left lane Nova. Joe Kidd gonna win that one. That right lane's gonna go red, 031.
Red light start for that Mustang in the right, 31 thou. Joe, 69 reaction time. Goes 10th under the dial, but did not matter. Allison Bollet here in the left side, 1115 the dial in. Right side back for the second entry, 1056 the dial in. Right side should have it, and right side does have it. 12, about a tenth above there. Turns on the wind light by 55 thou. In the right, Bollet, 76, missed it. Puts it a tenth above. No good. Next out, the final pair in foot brake. Waiting on a little starting line cleanup here.
buybacks at the end of at the entrance at the start buybacks at the entrance to the staging lanes. Fritz is selling those. They go straight into the second round if you get one. Now we have Carl Mapes in the right lane in that pickup. That left lane Mustang, that's going to be Mark Ocampo. Going to be a 1065 and an 1165 on their dials. 1 second difference. 6th thou in the right lane from Mapes. A 134 in the left.
That 006 reaction time gonna take it. Mapes 006 puts it 4 above. Comes out victorious on that one. Ocampo missed it. I believe had no shot there.
Now, I believe that was the last of our foot brakes, so we're gonna be going into test and tune shortly. Don't forget that we have concessions, that yummy popcorn. We got some donuts, some barbecue, some drinks, you know, and then at our own bar we have alcoholic beverages if you are of age. Just remember not to drink while racing. Please don't drink and operate a motor vehicle. That is not a good mix. Got Lightning McQueen in the left lane. First up for our test and tune, I believe. I believe this is first up for our test and tune. Gonna have a dragster that right lane and Lightning McQueen in the left lane.
That dragster in the right, a very nice car. Got the supercharger on it, the zoomies. I believe that will be a very fast car. Beto Dominguez here in the left, that Lightning McQueen car. Couple of nice reaction times there. 29 in the left, 22 in the right. That dragster, 4:41, 157. Very fast pass there.
Now remember, buybacks for the second round of our foot brake are at the entrance to the staging lanes. There should be some signage pointing you towards them. But if you're interested in buybacks, go for it.
Here's Lenny Fife in the left, going up against Joe Cox Jr. Fife and Cox staging them up. The worst red light goes to Fife, 187 on the red side. Cox, only 006 red. and goes 11:37 at 117 miles an hour. Fife, 10:40 at 130 in that Camaro.
Now, small tire racers, start getting your cars ready. Not calling you up yet, but we will be shortly, so I suppose this is a pre-call for our small tires. Just start getting your cars ready. Alex Cures running a single in the right lane at 249. Ten-second run at the quarter mile, 6.3 eighth mile. 108 miles an hour for that eighth mile. Jose Luis Torres, this 99 dragster. Torres an 0.26 reaction, 5.85 second, eighth mile. Now, before we get into our fast eliminations, make sure if you're hungry, need to use the bathroom, make sure you're doing that. I know Nathan from up here in the announcer booth, my co-announcer tonight. He is going down to the concession stand himself, so double 0.8 reaction in the left lane. That dragster's an 0.39. Gonna finish that quarter mile, a 9.991 and a 9.26 in the left and right lanes. Ruben Quintero Jr. in the left lane. That right lane, car 786H. Left lane from Ruben Quintero Jr. An 0.26 in the right lane. Now Carson Heath in that left lane. That right lane, that El Camino. 122 from that El Camino in the right. Looks like that right lane is Kios Manquieres. And that left lane looks to be a Honda Civic. An 014 from Manriquez in the right lane. Looks to be going significantly faster than that left lane. A 9.6 second quarter mile. 6.1 at the 8th. 9 seconds at the 8th in the left. 15 second quarter mile in the left lane. Now our left lane, David Alejandro Ruiz Hernandez in that 74 Camaro. That right lane, Jamie Villalobos Jr. Looks like father and son, Jamie Villalobos and Jamie Villalobos Jr. both racing tonight. No 16 from Villalobos. .086 from David in the left lane. David's gonna finish the track first. 10.3 seconds to 10.7 in the right. And now the right lane, Jamie Villalobos following his son last race in the right lane. That left lane, that Chevy, that white Camaro. Villalobos in the right lane, gonna go 011 red, 021 reaction, the left lane. Mayo Curas in the right lane in that Bel Air. That left lane, car 7442. Red, a pair of reds, a 006 in the left lane, and 019 in the right. That's going to go to the 006 in the left lane. 10-second quarter mile in the left, 9.4 in the right. Now we got King Kong in the left lane, that King Kong Bel Air. That's Raul Loreto. That right lane, car 1013, that bright orange Chevy. on their reactions. That King Kong Bel Air looks pretty fast down the track, a 9.8 second quarter mile. That right lane car looks to be going kind of slow at the 8th mile. The gift shop is now open in between the bar and Big Tex Barbecue. If you want some barbecue, some beer, or some gifts, t-shirts and trinkets, stop by the gift shop, the barbecue, Big Tex, and the bar, respectively, as all three of those items are offered. Attention pits, this is the first call for our small tires to lanes 1 and 2. First call for our small tires to lanes 1 and 2. Looks like we may have had a dragster die in the left lane. An 098 reaction in the right. Gonna run the quarter mile, 12.1 seconds. About 8th mile, 7.3. Cody Robinson in the left lane. In the right lane, that orange Camaro. KD14 is the car number. From Robinson and 026 in the right lane. Gonna have an 11-second run from the 2, 11.7 in the left, 11.1 in the right. Now a Nova in the left lane. That right lane, Mike Heath. A 4:20 reaction time in the left lane. Mike Heath at 079. going to have a 12.5 in the left, a 10.5 in the right. Attention pits, this is the second call for our small tires. Small tires to lanes 1 and 2, this is your second call. Couple of dragsters, Brad Hawk in the right lane, 2,000 in the red. An 020 in the left lane. I'm gonna hit that 8th mile, 5 seconds and 4.8 in the left and right lanes. Manuel Urena in the left lane, Ken Rader, that dragster in the right. Reaction from him. Raider is going to get an 030. That 8th mile, a 7.1 and a 5.5. The quarter, a 12.1 and a 9.3. The left lane, 2739 is the car number on that Bel Air. That right lane, E713. Looks like we lost something from that Bel Air. Some debris in the left lane. A 2,000 reaction time also. Looks like that Bel Air might have had an open trunk. Some cleaning rags flying all over the track. Let's make sure our trunks are closed, people. Attention pits, this is our third call for our small tires. Third for small tires, lanes 1 and 2. Small tires, lanes 1 and 2. Looks like some kind of newer sedan in the left lane. Although definitely not stock. That right lane, maybe a Pinto? Sixth out red in the right lane, a 371 reaction in the left. Gonna have an 11.040 at the right lane quarter mile. The left lane a 15.6. Kevin Smania in the left lane, that pickup looks very similar to Joe Kidd. New paint job on his. That right lane looks like both gonna go red. 016 from Smania. That right lane a 330 in the red. Way early. That left lane, that's Lino Cimaroli. That right lane, Nacho Rivera. Nacho getting a 003 in the right lane, and 072 from Lino. Looks like they're slowing down at that quarter mile. That 8th mile, though, 7.3 and 6.3. Attention pits, our test and tune lanes are open. You can come up for your test and tunes. Looks like a couple of Chevys, a pickup, and a sedan, left and right lanes. Both gonna go red, an 084 in the left and a 170 in the right. Hitting that 8th mile, 7.1 and 6.6, that quarter 11.3 and 10.5 seconds. La Mejor, 434DL in the left lane. That reaction. Gonna hit the 8th mile, 5.8 seconds, 119 miles an hour. That quarter mile, 148 miles an hour, 9.1 seconds. Now I believe this is our final pair of test and tune before we spray the track real quick. Aaron Montez in the right lane, in the left lane, Aaron Montez. That right lane is Sarah Kidd. Kidd and 054. 4th thou faster for Kidd. Gonna be a 6.8, a 6.5, an 11.4, and a 10.9 at the 8th and quarter miles in the left and right lanes. Gonna be spraying the track real quick. A great time to take a bathroom break or to head down to our concession stands. We have some food trucks, some donuts, some barbecue, some kettle corn, yummy kettle corn. We have a gift shop open if you're looking for some merchandise. And we also have a bar right next to the gift shop. So a wide variety of options for you to purchase down there during this short intermission. So after our track gets sprayed, looks like we're going to run 5 more pairs of test and tune before our small tires tonight. Looks like we're getting back into our tests and tunes. A couple more pairs before our small tires. Ken Passer be in the left lane. That right lane looks like a Corvette. Lane's gonna get an 024. At that 8th mile, 6.731 and 6.753. That right lane is gonna be going a little faster at the quarter mile. Attention pits, our double entered foot brakes to lanes 3 and 4. Let's get our double entered foot brakes to lanes 3 and 4 first call. Attention pits, we are closing tech at 8:30. That is in 12 minutes. We will be closing our tech. If you need tech cards, get that done. And make sure our tech cards are being put up front and back, filled out all the way, front and back. Mark Milan, that left lane. That right lane, number 724. A 007 and an 018. Good reaction times from this pair. Sean Brewster in the left lane, in that Fiat. That right lane, is that a Ford Explorer? Brewster in 090. That Explorer gonna get a 436 on the reaction. Looks like a 10-second 8th mile from that Explorer. 6.2 seconds for Brewster. That quarter mile, 9.9 and a 15 second. Attention pits, all foot brakes, including buybacks. 2 lanes 3 and 4. Foot brakes, including buybacks. All foot brakes, lanes 3 and 4, please.
Here we go, getting small tire into the water box here.
First small tire run of the night.
First of 2 small tire test sessions we got going on for the big small tire race tomorrow. Going to be very interesting. These cars are very fast. Should see some probably 4-second 1/8 mile times here. Up here on the right side, Jeff Bomea, the Nova, Believa turbo car. A very fast car, I know that for sure. It's 55 Chevy here in the left. The license plate on it and everything. On the small tires. Looks like those are bias plies, not the radials. Bomea looks to be on the radial team. Going to be an interesting pair here. Battle of power adders, battle of different small tire combinations. Got him in pre-stage. Oh man, spools up the turbo. 85 the reaction time through that 1/8 mile. Wow.
Nathan, that Bel Air had a license plate. Do you think it gets daily driven?
Not with those tires on it, it's not. But maybe, that is a possibility.
How many miles do you think it gets in, what is it, 60 years? Attention pits, do not park your pit vehicles in the staging lanes. Please don't block those, we kind of need them. So Keep your pit vehicles out of there.
Here in this left side, the Firebird, this is Michelle Baumea. Going up against this Fox body in the right. Here's the turbos spooling up. Both of them are bumping off the starting line. Both decent reaction times through that 8th mile.
Alex Alameda in the left lane. Ivan Pacheco in the right. That Mustang number 44. Saw that car a couple times last night.
Couple of Mustangs here. Both of them got the parachutes on them. Sure, very fast cars.
I heard that right lane Mustang, Ivan, I heard that he was running the Pro Tree at our Test and Tune night last night. Especially requested it.
Yeah, all these cars running the Pro Tree here tonight in small tire. Not sure about the power riders on these cars, but we do know in the border battle small tire race tomorrow, both of these people will be participating on Team Mexico. Both of these Mustangs. Car in the right not going to get a time there as he's timed out, but that left side making a nice run down the racetrack there. Couple more Mustangs here, left side. Mike Alameda, I believe he has the Pro Charger on the Fox body. Popular combo in this pair at least. That's Nick Kincaid in the right. The Pro Charger Fox body as well. Take a look under that car. Wow. See those flames under there?
Oh yeah, I do. Looks like there's a lot of flames coming out of that left lane Mustang.
A lot of flames coming out from under that left side Mustang. Right side, Kincaid rolled through the beams, so he is not going to get to make the run.
Attention pits and racers. Remember, do not park our pit vehicles in the staging lanes or on the staging lane fence. Keep them out of that area. And also, we must be wearing our helmets all the way down the track. Wear your helmets until you are off the track, please.
Couple more Mustangs here, the left side. That New Edge Mustang. Right side, the Fox body. Not sure what power outage these cars are running, but we're gonna find out when they go to stage them up. It's like both of them turbo equipped, bumping them in. Looks like we're making a pass. Clean run out of that right side. Very nice pass there.
Seeing some very, very fast cars in this small tire run. Looks like a lot of Mustangs too from various years.
Yeah, speaking of Mustangs, look like we got another Mustang coming up here in that right lane. Got some turbos on board.
And a Chevy Bel Air in the left lane.
Car looks like gonna be adding some horsepower with the Pro Charger.
Looks like it might have a parachute on the back if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, looks like both of them have those parachutes on the back of them.
I know at last night's test and tune, I did see a couple parachutes getting deployed at the end of the track.
Yeah, both of these cars definitely fast enough to require a parachute. Hopefully gonna be a good race here.
Nathan, do you think you could do some skydiving in those cars with those parachutes?
Not sure that's the right kind of parachute, but maybe it would work.
Maybe we should do some testing. Looks like that Bel Air is going into the
Way
center
up
of the
on
track.
the center line. Looks like he's gonna hold on to it though.
Way off
Neither-
center with that Bel Air.
Neither car makes it down the track clean there. Looks like that Mustang had some problems from the starting line there, and yeah, that Bel Air ended up getting a little bit sideways way up on the center line. Both ended up aborting the run, so think that's going to be it for our small tire testing.
Our first motorcycles of the night. Looks like both of the Willisons, Justin Willison and Marlene Willison, haven't seen Justin on the track in quite some time, at least that I've been here. I know he had a little accident last time that I saw him here. Seems that he has made a recovery. That's very good to see.
Nice reaction time there for Justin. First hit in a while, goes 27 on the tree. He's going to go 931 at 139. Marley in the right, 213. 975 at 132.
Now another bike. That's Tom Patterson in the right lane. Sebastian Rivera in that left lane. That's Sebastian Rivera. Tom Patterson in the right lane. Our third bike of the night.
Little motorcycle on door car action here.
I know last night at our Test and Tunes, Tom was the only bike present.
Tom is used to racing with the full-bodied cars, so gonna be interesting to see. What do you think's getting on this? Wow, it's gonna be Patterson.
Wow.
34 reaction time for Patterson in the right lane, 38. The reaction time for Rivera in the left. Patterson 937 at 140.
Those bikes are fast.
On the left side, 686 at 93. Clicking it off after that 8th mile for Sebastian Rivera.
Now a couple of Chevys. We have Ray Montoya back up in that orange Bel Air. Looked like he almost took someone out with it. Now we got that pickup in the right lane.
F-150 in the right. I believe that's all-wheel drive. Those cars are trucks, I should say, are normally very fast, but this is a very fast Bel Air here on the left. Some really nice airbrush work on it. You can see all those body lines that are put back in with the airbrush. Great paint on that car.
Speaking of great paint, look at the Bel Air in the water box behind it. Does not disappoint. 041 reaction, 4-second quarter mile, 4-second 8th mile rather, 4.9 seconds, 8.1 on the 8th. Then we got 149 from that F-150, 7.9 second 8th mile, 12.2 on the quarter.
Something to note there for that Bel Air that just went down, 110 to the 60 foot. Very nice 60 footing race car right there to go. 490s in a door car. That is moving.
Now up next after that nicely painted Bel Air, another nicely painted Bel Air in the left lane against a Tesla.
Yeah, I got the patina on that Bel Air here in the left side. Team Mexico, a very nice car. These
Teslas do not generally disappoint in terms of acceleration.
We'll say it was not
This one
fast leaving the starting line right there.
Does seem to be a lot slower than some other Teslas I've seen out here at this track in the past.
18 reaction time for that Bel Air in the left, goes 681 at 100 miles an hour. The Tesla 361 on the reaction time, goes 733 at 95 to that 8th mile. Looks like the Tesla ran it out to go 1153 at 109 there.
Couple more dragsters now. Skylar Barchico in the right lane. Looks like both of these are for sale.
Couple of black dragsters for sale on the starting line now. Looking to see if these cars can dip into the 4s in the 8th mile. I would imagine so. I know Skylar's car is capable of it.
Unless she gets a half-second reaction. Very, very tardy on that starting line from Skylar.
Yeah, runs only 5:19, 142 through that 8th mile. 5:23 at 132 for the car in the left after that nice 10 reaction. Got this Camaro here in the left side. It's going to be going up against Alonso Sanchez. Sanchez, that very nicely painted dragster in the right for Team Mexico. It's a very nice car, and I believe that car is very quick. Going to see what it can lay down here. Wow, that is a very fast pass. 38 reaction time, goes 4:71 to the 8th mile, coasting through the quarter mile to go 7:97. That is very nice there. 6:06 the run for that Camaro on the left side after the 17 reaction time. Another driver's license pass here. No time for that car. Looks like the trans brake did not hold and they went to hit the gas there.
I believe this is our final test and tune pair. Now we got a couple more cars. Jesus Manriquez going a little sideways on his burnout. Looked like he almost took out some crowd members. An 053 and an 025.
Couple of Mopars there. The right side goes 11:20 at 117. Left side 12:38 and only 77 miles an hour. Looking like he shut that car down early. Went 7:25 at 92 to the 8th mile after that 53 reaction time. Nice 25 light there in the right.
Now we are going into some foot brake races. Remember, people, gift shop is open, bar is open, and concession stands are open. So if any of those interest you, please go for it.
Sounds like foot brake is rolling out. Round number 2, the buyback round. Everyone's back in. But this round on, 2 go down, 1 comes back. This is eliminations for real here in foot brake racing for $2,000 tonight.
$2,000 prize pool. I believe that's on the larger side. Definitely quite a bit larger than any of the other races I've announced at here at Tucson Dragway.
First out, Chuck Hawk here in the left side, 11:16 the dial. Going up against this S10 pickup truck in the right, he's dialed in 11:59.
Got some pretty cool flames on the side of that pickup.
Oh yeah, very nice paint job there. Ford versus Chevy battle here. Truck versus car, a lot of different things could compare between these two, but it's a bracket race, so the performance doesn't matter. It's all about the driver and all about the dial-in.
Attention racers. Attention racers. Remember to keep your doors closed and to leave your safety equipment on until you exit the track. Please keep your doors closed, safety equipment on until you exit the track.
This pair right here, left side dial 1054, taking on Rob Martino. Martino dial 1285, and Martino is going to break it out. He's 132 and breaking it out from behind that left side car. 59, big reaction advantage. Takes 20 thou at the stripe to put it 2 above. Nice lap there off the foot brake. Turns on the wind light in the left.
Looks like Allison Bollet in the left lane. Now we got a Mustang, looks like, in the right.
Bowl in the left side going to be dialed in 1125. That Mustang in the right dialed 1305.
I heard a bike on Houghton. Looked like it was lighting up some flames going down the road. Bollet an 050 and that right lane Mustang an 081.
Ooh, the reaction advantage gonna go to Bollet, and so is the wind light on a double breakout. The right side was behind on the reaction time, 81 to Bollet's 50. Got there 3 thou to break it out more, and Bollet gonna turn on the wind light and come back. Here is Henry Leba on the left side, dialed 1105. That Nova in the right, dialed 1370. Green lights are on a pair, and 144 is gonna leave first. That not something you're gonna hear very often, and the wind light is gonna go to the better light, 144. Take 92 at the stripe for Leva in the left side, putting it 3 above the dial. Right side was 260 on the reaction timer, very tardy there. Is not going to get it done, even though he was closer to that dial in. Here's a couple of regular runners in the pro class here, hitting it off the foot brake. The left side, Marco Campo, 1064 the dial. Taking on Paul Lorton. Lorton dialed 1005.
Wow, Lorton gonna go 018 in the red. 073 for Mark. Gonna take it at a 10.5 second run and a 9.9 in the right lane.
Both of them putting it well under the dial. Lorton's red light, the thing that's going to determine that race outcome, given the wind light to Ocampo in the left. Right side, that's Tatum Marconi, dialed 1114. Here in the left side, 1028 the dial. And that Nova. Staging them up. On the green. One of them is good and one of them is in big trouble. Oh. Wow. The left side, 89. Breaking it out 3 thou is going to turn on the win light. 006 in the right had a huge advantage and broke it out more, taking 97 thou at the stripe. Wow.
Gonna have to be real patient in this right lane. Christine Fife, 14.96 on her dial in the left. Gonna leave a whole 4.5 seconds before that right lane car.
That right lane going to be Brad Hawk, dial 1043, in that Mustang.
Identical reactions.
times.
0-2-1 from both of those cars. Oh, Brad Hawk gonna go under his dial. Christine Fife gonna win.
21 puts it 2 above. 35 thou behind at the stripe was Christine Fife for the win light. Hawk taking 30 plus at the stripe, and it's going to turn on, or left side. Let's try 5 Chevy, dialed 1316, taking on that pink S10 in the right. Is dialed 1122.
That truck sounds mean.
Whoa, big advantage to the right side there.
007 reaction versus an 099.
Yeah, and the win light is going to go to that right side. 007
Both going to be under their dials.
taking 72 at the stripe. Turns on the win light on the double breakout. The left side breaking it out more and was still behind by a lot at the stripe. That is not a good combo if you're trying to win races. Here's Thad Card in the left side. 1129 the dial. Taking on this new generation Mustang in the right. He's dialed 1063. Both of them are off the starting line on the green. To the finish line, win light comes on for that Mustang in the right side. 135 was well behind on the reaction time.
That card gonna come in under his dial a whole 1/10 of a second, 100th of a second rather.
This new timing system, tell you, that card was to the finish line first by 39 feet. Ended up breaking it out. That Mustang gonna take the win.
Gonna have the Grinch in that left lane, that right lane. That's gonna be a Corvette. Looks like a C5. Kind of funny seeing C5s. I have a friend who has a C5, drives it to school every day.
Here in the left, the Grinch, the Nova. 976 the dial, and that's Jordan Hart in the right. C5 we're just talking about. 1285. Wow. Pair not too bad lights there. And the win light's gonna come on for the Grinch. 42, take 23, puts it 9 thou under Hart. 78, and breaking it out just a little bit more. Not a bad run on either side there, but Hart was farther under the Grinch, only 9 thou under, taking the win there.
I believe that's Joe Kidd in the right lane, if I'm not mistaken. That left lane, that's a Nova, I think.
Yeah, that's going to be Tyler Sally in the left side, 1169 dial. Believe that is a Dart. Yeah, Dodge. The
Oh, I might be a little off.
It's Joe Kidd. He's dialed 1010. That S10 pickup truck. It's going to be a monster matchup here. Both real good foot brake racers. Both real good cars. Accomplished drivers.
Joe Kidd lifting his front off the tarmac at the start of that race on that launch.
One light's going to come on for Joe Kidd. Had the reaction advantage, was 13 to Tyler Sally's 80. 13, put it 6 above. Taking only 12th out at the stripe, going to turn on the wind light for Joe Kidd.
Another kid in the right lane. I think that's Samantha Kidd. That left lane. Left lane's going to be a 13.23 on the dial. Samantha Kidd, a 13.95. Gonna go red in that left lane. Samantha Kidd, 070 on that reaction. It's gonna win her against that red light in the left lane.
Here in the left side, this is Regan Walcott, dialed 1101 in the Corvette. Right side, that's Corey Oxford, dialed 1296. Oxford gonna turn on the wind light. Had the reaction advantage by 11. Thou was 28 to Walcott's 39.28. Puts it one above 5. Nice lap there off the foot brake. Gonna turn on the wind light. Here in the left side, it's going to be the Spider-Man car, piloted by one of the Ortizes, dialed in at a 915. Right side, that's Tim O'More. Timmy, dialed 905.
Very similar dials. Tim O'More gonna go just a 1/10 of a second. Red in the left lane at 023. Tim O'More gonna have a 123 in the green. And that's gonna win him. He's gonna be right on that dial, 9001.
Here's Spencer Elliott in the left, dialed 1103 in that Ford Maverick. It's going to be taking on Melissa Citro. Citro in that Mustang. Very nice paint on that car, done by Bone Scraper Customs. The wind light gonna go to Citro, 162 on the reaction time. Puts it a bit under the dial there, but the red light was on and Spencer Elliott's laying there in the left. So the wind light goes to Melissa Citro.
Here's Wolfie in the left lane, that Vega wagon. Looks like Wolfie's dial's a little faster, or slower rather. 11:36 and 11:21 in the right lane.
Yeah, that's Scott Oxford over there in that right lane. 11:21 his dial in.
But the right lane's gonna get a red light. That's not Scott Oxford in the right lane. Scott Oxford is now in the left lane. And Mapes in the right.
$11.05 the dial for Oxford in the left. Mapes out 11.65 in the right.
Both getting a greens, an 091 from Oxford and 017 from Mapes in the right.
Finish line win light comes on for Mapes. 17 puts it dead to 19 total. Nice lap there off the foot brake. Oxford was 91 and locked out by a lot. Nice lap there. Here on the left side, this is Mark Pelkey. Dialed 1050s, taking on Chuck Hawk. Hawk dialed 1103, that Mustang in the right.
That left lane from Pelkey, that right lane from Hawk, 044 on those reactions. Looks like Hawk's numbers are popping up faster down the track, and that's true.
Win light gonna come on for Pelkey. 32 had the advantage by 12 thou on the reaction time, puts it 5 above 1, and is gonna get there first by 19 thou. Hawk was 44, put it 5 above the dial, and not there. Win light goes to Mark Pelkey.
Just a 3-foot distance of victory for Pelkey on that last run.
It's the left side, Nova, dialed in 11.0. Going up against the Chevelle. Chevelle on the right, dialed 1450. Staged up, the tree is dropping. Should be going one way. Let's see if it does. Yeah, that race was pretty much over on the starting line there. 1:06 was the reaction time that left first by half a second. 5:75 was the reaction time in the right, and that was not even close. The left side gonna turn on the win light there.
Looks like Allison Bollet, the left lane. That right lane, Outlaw Nova, that's Joe Kidd Jr. Looks like Kidd's expecting him to go faster. 1074 on his dial. Allison Bollet at 1118. Allison Bollet with the advantage on her reaction time, an 080 to an 092. Kidd is gonna take that one.
Wow. What a race right there. Look at that MOV, Zach. That is 6/10,000ths of a second, 1/10 of an inch on the racetrack. That is air right there. 92, put it one above one, lights it up by 6/10,000ths of a second, 0.0006.
That's so close. It's like when Lightning McQueen crossed the finish line with his tongue.
Only 100th going to separate these two in dial. The left side dialed in 1054. That's Zach Taylor in the right, dialed in at 1055. $10,000 separate him. Advantage to the right side. And the wind light comes on. Hear him whap, whap, whap. 45, put it dead zero in the left side. Gonna turn on the wind light. Taylor had the advantage by 10 thou, took 26 at the stripe, and ended up 16 thou under. Had to take 10 thou or less, and the wind light's gonna go to the left side.
Attention pits, we will be running our small tires at 9:30. Small tires at 9:30. That's small tires to 1 and 2. We'll be calling them up at 9:30. Small tires, lanes 1 and 2. Looks like we are going into some test and tunes. Quarter-mile test and tunes. Looks like a Honda Civic and a Chevy 2 in the left and right lanes.
Here in our test and tune, that front wheel drive Civic, something you will not see every day here at a bracket race. Looks like the Chevy 2. Hitting some switches in there. And ready to run. Here we go, getting it pulled up now.
Attention pits, we are changing our small tires to 10 o'clock. Lanes 1 and 2, small tires, 10 o'clock.
Rolling up here, this is Bill Bollock in the left side. His Camaro. He's going to be going up against Andreas Hull. Hull in the 94 Chevy pickup truck.
Bollock is repping Team Dialed Performance. Dialed Performance is one of our sponsors for our stream tonight.
The reaction time for Bollock. Nice light there. Hole 51 on the tree. 982. The run for Bollock. Hole is 1126 after going 672 to the 8th mile.
Got a couple of dragsters. Leroy Duran, also Team Dialed Performance. Team Slade in the right lane, that's Nathan DeMarco. I don't believe I've seen any Slades racing tonight. Correct me if I'm wrong, Nathan, but...
Yeah, do not believe we've seen the Slades out here yet today. I believe this is the first pass for Leroy here as well. Leroy, 004 on the reaction timer. Nice light there. Clicks it off after the 8th mile. DeMarco, nice light as well. This next pair. Blue Mustang here in the left side, the Fox body. Be taking on Pat Neal's Cougar. Not sure if Pat is in the driver's seat tonight, but Pat Neal's car. Blowing the tires off.
Looks like a rocky start there.
Cougar goes 62 on the reaction time, goes 671, 91 miles an hour through the 8th mile. 80 reaction time for that Mustang, goes 693, 108 on the mile an hour. You can tell, definitely spinning the tire there.
Now up, Matt Bong, that left lane Mustang, that right lane. Team Heath Paul Coleman.
Nice light there for Matt Bong, 002, and he goes 1013 at 132 in that left lane.
Emmanuel Chavez in the right lane.
Here in the left, this is Ariel Zavala in the Chevy.
Chavez definitely having that advantage in the reaction time department. Certainly not going to win down the track. 10-second quarter mile in the left, 12 in the right. That 8th mile, 6 and 7. Now a driver's license run. 920DL is the number on that truck in the right lane.
It's going to be Ruben Ruiz. Saw this truck make a pretty quick pass earlier. Going to be interested to see what we go here, because I don't think he ran it out on it.
008, 8th hour reaction.
Definitely ran it through the 8th mile, goes 585. 939 at 121, clearly shut it off before the finish line there. Probably about 1,000 foot, flicked it off.
Certainly a fast car. Attention pits, let's get our double entered foot brakes. Double entered foot brakes to lanes 3 and 4. Lanes 3 and 4, double entered foot brakes.
Here in this left lane, the S10, this is Gabriel Hernandez Jr. taking on Elicio Beltran. The right side, that very interesting race car in the right side. Going up against the square body S10 for Hernandez.
I'm not even sure what the make is on that right lane car.
Yeah, I'm not 100%
Might be,
sure either.
Looks like something out of the Jetsons.
13 the reaction time for Hernandez, 52 the reaction time for Beltran. Numbers lighting up first in that left lane, goes 10:34 at 101 after a 6:28 at 106 to that 8th mile. Beltran goes 6:98 at 96 and coasts through the quarter at 11:92 at 75. Left side, that's Kim Zimmerman in the Zimmerman family dart. Gonna be up against Victor Sandoval, that's Chevelle in the right.
Double 05 from Zimmerman in the left lane. That right lane, 028 in the red. Definitely the faster car in the right lane, but white red. Couple of pickup trucks here. Alex Lamas and Rodney Ward in the left and right lanes.
Couple of older Chevys here. Rodney's definitely a little bit older. Let's see which one gets to that finish line first. Gonna find out. Red light start by 25 thou. Ward, 29 on the reaction time, goes 6:34 at 109. Through the quarter, goes 10:62 at 94, just coasting. 6:84 at 99, the run in that left side goes through to an 11:53. Right side in that Ranchero, that's Mike Zimmerman, the engine builder. The Roadster Ranchero, painted by our live stream sponsor, Bone Scraper Customs.
Gonna hit that 8th mile, 7.1 in the left, 6.0 in the right.
Left side here. This is gonna be Bob Cohen. That very nice C10. I'm gonna be taking on KJ DeSaw. DeSaw in the right side. Sponsored by LAT Racing Oils. Very different cars here. Cohen's truck running in pro. Well, DeSaw's dragster runs in Super Pro. Lots of differences between these cars.
Especially that one's a truck and one's a dragster.
Thou separate them in reaction time. DeSaw 28 to Cohen's 33. DeSaw goes 5:04 at 1:34 to the 8th mile before he shuts it off. Cohen looks like had some issues. Coasts through. It's only a 17.92. 45 miles an hour in that left lane. Did not even make it to the 8th mile under power, so. Here on the left side, this is Richard Shelley, maybe? I believe in that Vega. Pretty quick car. Going up against Casely Price. Price, the dragster, in the right side.
.029 and an .016. That dragster is going to hit that quarter mile 8 seconds. That 8th mile 4.8. on the reaction time in the right lane. That might be a 2-second reaction might just be a little tardy.
Yeah, just a little bit. Next pair here, this is Hector Hernandez left side, the 84 Mustang, powered by a 377 small block Chevy. Right side, Luis Armenta. And the Camaro.
Attention pits, let's get all of our foot brake cars, all foot brake cars, lanes 3 and 4, all foot brake cars.
1 thou, separate them, 11 reaction time for the Mustang, 12 reaction time for the Camaro. Mustang left side goes 595 at 118, 729 at 93 miles an hour. The run for the Camaro in the right. Nice patinaed C10 here in the left. Very nice truck. Going up against that Malibu Uranus. Manuel 005 goes 713 at 95 miles per hour, 58. The reaction time in the left side for that C10 goes 699 at 100 to the 8th mile. Here on the left, I'm going to see Tades Armenta Jr. 64 Chevy Chevelle, powered by a 496 big block. They're having some issues with this car earlier in the day. Looks like they got it fixed. Coming to make a test run here. It's Ken Passerby in the right. Nat Vega. Staged up on both sides.
Just 1 thou in the red. That's gotta hurt.
14 the reaction time in the right. It's gonna go 674 at 100 to the 8th mile. 1 thou red for Armenta. And it goes 640, 106 in that left 8th mile. Boards are lighting up at the quarter, but it seems like everyone's just running it to the 8th and calling it good here tonight. It's Hector Hernandez Jr. in the left lane. The Mustang. Taking on Alex Quiros. The 66 Chevy 2. 60 LS. Nat Nova. Better reaction time goes to Hernandez, 26 to Quiros' 50. First to the finish line, also Hernandez, going 10:38. Here's Enrique Esqueda, the 13 Race Tech Dragster, 555 big block between the frame rails on that car. I think this car was having some issues earlier as well, so good to see them back around. Going up against this green Innova in the right, with the flames on it. Dragster in the left, 38, goes 508. 134 to the 8th mile and shuts it off. Right side, that Nova, 180 on the reaction time, goes 644 at 106. Actually ran it out through the quarter mile to go 1016 at 131.
Nathan, I don't know if you noticed. I know yesterday someone pointed it out over our radio. but when somebody passes the finish line, whoever wins, the tree like does a little animation. It's pretty cool. Since our new system, we got some little tweaks like that.
Yeah, that's a. It's definitely a porta tree thing. A lot of the racers here, I'm sure, have the porta tree practice trees, and they do that same kind of thing. So, new porta tree timing system. Get the little porta tree touch there on the tree. Show you which lane is winning.
Now Dylan Smith, that dragster in the left lane. Looks like an orange Chevy maybe in the right lane.
Yeah, it might be a, it might be a Mopar there, a Dart. Reaction time for Smith in the dragster. Goes 5:04 at 1:37 and shuts it off. After that 8th mile, right side, it was 99 on the reaction time. 7:10 at 95 through the 8th. Actually ran it out to go 11:26 at 1:16 through the quarter mile. He's one of our regular bracket racers here in the left side, Tony Patskata. Yeah, just Nova here in the right lane. Car number 1677. Big red for Tony in the left side. 51 thou. 3:77 the reaction time for that Nova in the right. Tony goes 6:20 at 1:10 through the 8th mile. That right side looks like it ran it out through the quarter to go 12:27, 1:06.
Saw a little bit of smoke coming from the engine bay of that Civic in the left lane.
Looks like it may be a couple of Civics here. Couple of front-wheel drive cars. How often are you going to see that at a bracket race?
I know we have at least 3 here tonight. .101 to a 171 on those reactions. Going to be a 12 and a 13 at the quarter. At the 8th, it's going to be a 7.5 and an 8.4. And now that right lane King Kong, Raul Loreto.
Yeah, that King Kong car, very, very famous car. And the Mexico drag racing. Pretty fast car, if I do remember correctly.
Looks like it has a 5.5 second dial. That's probably an 8th mile time.
this purple Camaro here in the left side. Couple of Chevys here. Camaro and the Tri-5. Loretto in the King Kong is 2 thou red. Goes 564 at 121 to the 8th for shutting it off.
Looks like Beto Dominguez back up in Lightning McQueen.
It's a very unique car. The Lightning McQueen wrap on it, all the Lightning McQueen sponsors. And an LS powered, Nissan? Very interesting car. That's worth going to check out down there in the pits. See, it looks like Eric Daniels there in the right side. The Vega.
One thou red in the left lane. That's got a sting. An 048 in the right.
Daniels runs 653 at 102 in that 8th before he shuts it off. 001 red for Beto Dominguez in the left. Up next is going to be Gabriel Hernandez. That left side in that very nicely painted dragster. Taking on Carlos Ortiz. Very fast race car right here. Getting some driver's license passes here in our left lane. 009 on the reaction time. Goes 501. 140 to the 8th mile before shutting it off down there towards the top end. You're going to see the very nice Corvette here of David Kahns. Taking on that Chevrolet pickup truck in the right. Very cool looking car for Kahns here in this left lane.
One thou reaction in that Corvette from Kahns in the left lane. A 196 in the right from that pickup.
Collins runs 5:26 at 1:32 through the 8th mile before shutting it off after that 001 reaction time. Right side, the truck, 1:96 on the reaction time.
Andy Kadar in the left lane. Melissa Citro, that right lane. She was painted by our sponsor tonight, Bone Scraper Customs. It did the paint job on that Mustang in the right lane.
Andy Kadar here in the left, dialed 1053. Put down quite a few nice laps so far. Citro in the right, dialed 1202 in the 347 powered 86 Mustang. The head start going to go to Citro by just about 1.5 seconds. Going to see if Kadar can chase her down to the top end. Oh, and it's not even going to have to go to the top end as Citro turns it red by 28 thou. Kadar had her covered, was 25 and 1 above 5. Citro 28 red, had no chance, goes 1207 just for fun. Here in the left is Irving Valenzuela, dial 1070. In the 2017 Mustang, going up against Corey Oxford. Oxford dial 1296. In the 75 Camaro.
016 in the red in that right lane. Looks like Irving Valenzuela is gonna win this first race.
Gonna move on to round number 4. 51, 1 above 2. Turns on the win light there. Oxford 16 red and puts it well under that dial in.
Marcos Ocampo and Carl Mapes. This 1968 Mustang with those flames, that's Marcos Ocampo, 1056 on his dial. That 1988 Chevy, Carl Mapes, right lane, 1165 on his. Looks like he's expecting to go a whole second slower. That is one pretty fast truck, an 018 1 thou for Marcos. And he's going to win it against Mapes' 018 in the red.
Very nice light there for Ocampo. Going to come back so far sitting on the potential bye for next round. putting it 3 under the dial. Right side is Joe Kidd. The S10 pickup truck, dial 1007, taking on Henry Leba. Leba dial 1098. And that Dodge Dart in the left side. Another good race here. Pair of good racers. Off the starting line. Both are turned on green lights. And the wind light gonna come on for Joe Kidd. 28 had a big reaction advantage over Lepa's 90. Put it 8 above the dial, taking 14 thou at the stripe, turns on the wind light.
Now Christine Fife, that left lane, Chevy C10. That right lane in that Ford Pinto, that's Samantha Kidd. 1496 on Fife's dial, 1395 on Kidd's.
Pair of 1979 cars right here. Fife in the 79 C10, Kidd in the 79 Pinto. Same year, but it's pretty much the only same thing about these two cars.
.010 from Fife, and .026
A
from
pair
Kidd.
of really nice lights off the foot brake for both of them. There it is. The wind light comes on for Samantha Kidd. 26. Take a bunch at the stripe. Putting it well above the dial there. 10 the reaction time for Fife, and ends up even farther above the dial. Had the advantage on the reaction time. Looks like the car just let it down. It's going to be Allison Bollet left side. 1119 the dial. Taking on that S10 pickup truck in the right. Dialed in 1157. Wind light comes on for the right side. 41 had the reaction advantage by 9 thou. Puts it dead on 5. Bollet breaks it out and gives the win over to the right side.
Now we got Mark Pelkey and Tim O'More. Couple of blue cars here. That Camaro for O'More.
1052 the dial for Pelkey. 905 the dial for Elmore. Pair of big block powered cars here, but still a second and a half. Gonna separate the blue Chevrolet. Wow, big red light gonna come on for Mark Pelkey. 36 thou red. Tim O'More 110 on the green side.
Gonna be real early in the left, real tardy in the right.
Both of them going to be under the dial there. But didn't matter, the red light was on. O'More turns on the wind light.
We got a couple of Chevys here. Wolfmeyer in the right lane, a Camaro in the left. That's Wolfmeyer in his orange Vega wagon. That left lane dial on that Camaro, 1355. Wolfie's gonna have an 1140 on his. Pretty similar dial times. A .024 second difference on those reactions. 148 and a 124. That is going to break out in the left lane. Wolfie's gonna take it.
Wind light to Wolfmeyer. 124 had the advantage on the reaction time. Was behind by a lot at the stripe, but it didn't matter. The left side breaks it out, hands the wind light over to Wolfmeyer in the right. Here comes the Grinch in the left side. 974 the dial. He's taking on Jeffrey Edwards. Edwards in the right. the 66 Chevy 2. We are off and green lights a pair. One of them has a lot put in their pocket, the wind light. Oh, gonna go the other way on a double breakout. 35 thou under is the Grinch. 202 reaction time. It's good enough. Edwards had the big reaction advantage, but broke it out further. Hands over the win to the Grinch.
Heath Hawthorne in that 1963 Nova. Joe Kidd Jr., that 1978 Nova. Couple of Novas here. Looks like an 11:05 for Hawthorne's dial, a 10:74 for Kidd Jr. Oh, 97069 for Hawthorne and Kidd on those reactions.
Wow, that was a lot of rips to only be one above right there for Joe Kidd. 69, take 11th out at the stripe. Nice judging that finish line right there, taking only 2 feet at the finish line to turn on the wind light. Hawthorne, 97, was behind on the starting line, behind at the finish line, and still broke it out 5 thou. Joe Kidd Jr. turns on the wind light there and comes back for round number 4.
A late start and a breakout, definitely not a good pair. Probably gonna wanna change that dial time a little bit. Attention pits, let's get our small tires to lanes 2 and 3. Small tires, lanes 2 and 3. Looks like Andy Kadar that left lane. Ivan Sequedra that right lane in that pink S10.
10:53, the dial for Kadar here in the left. Sequedra, 11:14, the dial. Just over half a second going to separate these two. Sequedra leaving first. They're both off on the green, and one of them has a large advantage. Oh, and the wind light is going to go the other way. Looks like Kadar had some issues there. 106 on the reaction time, ended up about 4/10 over that dial. Sequedra was 251, 10th and a half behind on the reaction time. Ended up well above the dial, still taking almost 2/10 at the stripe. Turns on the wind light. Orange Camaro here in the left side, taking on the Ford Explorer. Gonna start off our testing here. 0:14 reaction time for the Camaro. Nice light there. Almost a full second reaction time there in that Explorer. 6:62. 104 the run to the 8th mile in that Camaro. The Explorer runs it all the way out to go 13:05 at 110.
Looks like there might have been a little fluid leak on the track in the right lane. Attention pits, there is a racer in need. If you have a spare big block Chevy rocker guide that could be borrowed, please contact us up in the tower.
This El Camino here in the left side. Going up next to Faustino Zaragoza. Zaragoza in the Vega. Off the starting line, 21 reaction time for Zaragoza. 91 the reaction time. That El Camino in the left side. Zaragoza going to go 6:58 at 1:04 to that 8th mile before he closes the throttle. El Camino going to go 15:09 at 100 there in the left lane. Here's Kyle Fritz, left side. In the Dirty Bird, taking on Kios Manriquez.
Oh, 028. Good reactions from this pair. Gonna go to Kios Manriquez, 9.5 to an 11.0. Now this El Camino in the left lane, that is Aaron McCammond. That right lane, Jamie Villalobos Jr. in that red Mustang.
Getting them staged up here.
Looks like both of these cars are popping their front tires off. McCammond a little more than Villalobos. A 002 in the red for Villalobos.
15th hour reaction time for McCammond in that left lane. He goes 6:01 at 1:12 to the 8th mile before he shut it off. 002 red for Villalobos in that right side.
And now in the right lane,
Looks like
Villalobos
we
Senior. Villalobos Jr. just went in that
might
Mustang.
have an
Now
issue here in this dragster. Oh no, now he's getting it backed up. Not sure who that is here in the left lane. But a very nice dragster, got the blower on it. Very fast car. I believe we saw this dip into the low 440s earlier. He's going up next to Jamie Villalobos. What a run out of that car in the left lane. 5:26 on the reaction time. Obviously not what they were looking for, but went 4:45 at 1:56. Shut it off after the 8th mile to still go 7:49 at 1:30. 1:04 to the 60 foot. That is a very fast car. When you're in the twos at the 3:30, you are really moving there.
that is quite the fast dragster.
Villalobos 47 on the reaction time, goes 6:65 at 1:02 to the 8th for shutting it off there to coast through an 11:27, only 88 miles an hour through the quarter mile.
But that Chevy is definitely not a speed match for that dragster, even with half a second put away.
Doing a little bit of track prep here.
Jose Luis Torres, that 1999 dragster in the left lane. Mayo Cures in that Chevy. .005 from Torres.
Couple of nice lights there. Pretty close on ETs. Looks like they both shut it off after the 8th mile. Left side goes 587 at 120 in the dragster, 557 in the Bel Air.
Another Bel Air in our right lane. That's a Nova wagon in the left.
Yeah, that Vega wagon here in the left. And the Tri-5 Chevy there. Big red light there on the right. 323 on the red side. 18 green in the left. And goes 1185 through that quarter mile. I believe shutting it off after 704 8th mile. 719 was the run in the right to the 8th. Coast through, I believe, at 1180. Nacho Rivera left side. Going up against that Yancer dragster in the right. Got the fenders on it. Reaction times right there. Rivera 005. The dragster goes 20. After going 504 to the 8th mile at 136, coast through the quarter to go 857 at 114. Rivera 005 goes 637 at 106, coast through the quarter mile to go 1070.
Left lane, it's gonna go 0.4, almost half a second in the green in the red lane, in the right lane. Gonna be a little bit tardy, 0.4.
655 at 103 the run for that right lane, ET-wise. They're going 406 up front, 2,000 red in the left. It's gonna be Joe Landavazzo here in the left side. Nicely painted green and black dragster taking on the Nova in the right. Reaction time for Landavazzo in the left, 192 for that Nova in the right. 552 the run for Landavazzo at 123, coast through to 925. Right side, that Nova goes 762 at 89, and I believe runs it out through the quarter to go 12.00 with a 7 at 111 miles per hour.
We've needed taillights for the past 4 hours, so let's make sure we have them on. Not really an excuse now.
All right, here we go. We are getting into small tire. First pair going down. Going to be Nick Kincaid here in the left. The Mustang. Got the Pro Charger under the hood, or lack of hood. Going up against this other Fox body Mustang, gray painted in the right. Believe that is a turbo car. See two different power adders here. Kincaid, the hitter from this part of the state. We having a staging duel here in testing. There we go. Kincaid finally gonna bump it in. Wow, all of that for the Mustang in the right to get timed out.
Looks like we got some parachutes deployed. Parachute by Kincaid at the end of the track.
Wow.
Looks like that right lane got disqualified.
What a run right there. Went from staging duel in testing. Kincaid bumped it in.
Ivan Pacheco flying that Mexican flag on the back of his car. With two doors open and a flag on the rear.
Got the Mustang in the left. That's Ivan Pacheco for Team Mexico going up against that Tri-5 Chevy in the right. This is that car we were talking about earlier at the last small tire session that they have the license plate on there, registered as antique vehicle.
Looks
Getting
like
ready to go run up against this Mustang here.
Looks like we're discarding that Mexican flag. Don't want that flying down the track.
Man, the crowd is really building up on the starting line. Small tire comes up. See flames out of the side of that orange Mustang in the left, but he's getting to the finish line first. Drops the laundry out there at the 8th mile.
I can't tell, but it looked like his taillights were flashing a lot. Or maybe some smoke, I can't really tell.
Definitely saw some fire coming out of the exhaust there right around that 8th mile on that Mustang.
Another Mustang in our right lane. Jeff Bumyea in that Nova in the left lane. Team USA.
Bumyea here in the left for Team USA. That Mustang in the right. Getting ready. The turbos are spooling up. We're bumping them in. The crowd on the starting line awaits. Waiting to leave the line is that Mustang.
Bumyea has
Bumyea
a real
goes
nice
down
launch.
there with a real nice run. Mustang appears to have some issues. left side. This orange Firebird. This is Michelle Bombier. Another turbo car here. Going up against what I believe is a nitrous car there in the right lane. Yep, just rolls it in. Bombier spooling up the turbos, bumps it in. Ooh.
Looked like he got real near that wall in that right lane.
Right side gets real loose out there. Saves it though.
He definitely had to slow down at about that 8th mile, it looked like, in between the 8th and the...
Not to be discounted, Bombier put together a really nice run right there.
Now Alex Alameda, that left lane Mustang, that right lane Nissan, car 7182.
Looks like it's going to be GTR there in the right lane. That's pretty interesting to see. Going to be interested to see that car go down. Do not believe we've seen this make a test run yet today. Looks like we may be trying the burnout again on this Mustang here on the left, backing back through the water. Here we go, sending it through.
Those burnouts look a little scary, especially when you're going at an angle like some of these cars, especially with that many people on the sidelines.
Here we go, pre-staged. We're in.
Looked like that Mustang
Looks like both of them are having issues in their own ways going down this racetrack.
Both had some little launch issues, but that Mustang really picked it up real fast. A whole 1 second reaction time in that right lane from that GTR. Bit of a scuffed run, but the Mustang will win in the left lane. Attention pits, let's get all of our foot brake cars to lanes 3 and 4. All foot brake cars, lanes 3 and 4.
Quite the burnout there for the left side. Really getting those tires warm and ready to make a fast pass there. And that Mustang in the left side. Right side, another white Mustang there.
A lot of Mustangs in these small tire runs. A lot of Mustangs tonight here at Tucson Dragway. First day of Cactus Clash.
That is true. Quite a few Mustangs on property here. Believe both of these cars running turbos under the hood, but we're going to find out when they go to stage them up. Like they motor turbo cars, spooling them up, bumping them in. Oh, wheel stand in the right side, had to pedal it. Getting way out by the wall there in the left, but looks like he still ran it through. That was a very nice pass there in that left side. Right side, wow. Just a little bit too much power down low. Pulled those front tires up off the ground, put that Mustang up on the bumper. Putting on a show for this crowd tonight.
I believe that this single Mustang here in our left lane is our last small tire. A lot of flames coming out from underneath that one.
Yeah, I remember that from last time. Seeing all these flames coming out from under it. This is going to be Pro Charger car, the centrifugal supercharger under the hood
Mike
there.
Alameda.
Running for Team Mexico. Gonna see what he can do.
After this single, Mike Alameda, we will be running some more test and tune before getting back into our foot brake racers.
Another wheel stand there for that car in the left. Saw it pick those front tires up out there around that 60-foot mark. Had to lift and abort that run, sadly, but saved the car, and that's what's important.
Now back into our test and tunes. Lenny Fife in the left lane. Dragster 7180 in the right.
Supercharger on that dragster. Sounds like a car that's got a lot of horsepower, ready to go very fast there in that right lane, that dragster. Gonna see what it can do.
A 1.2-second reaction in the left lane from Fife. Very tardy. 1.2 seconds put away for that dragster.
Looks like we may have just seen a full run out of that blower dragster in the right side. 23 reaction time, 468 to the 8th. Just went 728, 187 on the speed to that quarter mile. Nice run right there. Lenny Fife in the left side. A little tardy on that reaction time, 1.2 seconds. Still was able to make a pretty decent run for that car, I do believe. 663 at 104 to the 8th mile before shutting it off.
Justin and Marlene Woolison. That's Justin in the left lane, Marlene in the right.
Husband and wife stage it up on the starting line. Oh, and Justin gonna turn it 62 red. Marley 196. Looks like goes 10:08. 103. Justin after that 62 red light goes 9:27. 141.
Now Tom Patterson in the left lane, Mark Lalonde in the right. Attention, car number 4184 for foot brake. We're about to run your foot brake series. So please get in the staging lane. Foot brake is lanes 3 and 4. Car 4184, please get to lane 3 or 4.
Saw Tom Patterson go 9:30 at 141 right there. Mark Lalonde running the door car in the right side also. Going 9:30 there. This is going to be Pat Neal. The Mustang. Have not seen this car before until tonight. Second pass he's made in it. Run it through the quarter to go 10:04 at 135. 6:43 at 108 to the 8th. Couple more front wheel drive cars here, 2 more Civics, and another Civic that we have not seen make a pass yet tonight. That car on the right we've seen make a few passes, but have not seen this Civic in the left run yet. Another front-wheel drive car going down. Looking to spin those tires a little bit after the 500 reaction time. Both of these cars going to run it down to the quarter mile, 1087 at 129 after the 306 reaction time in the right, 1313 at 119 in the left after the 500 reaction
Both
time.
of these cars a little tardy on their reaction, a 500 in the left, a 306 in the right. Sarah Kidd down there in the left lane. Skylar Barichko in that 08 dragster in the right. Oh, 33 from Sarah. Skylar, a 005.
Nice light there for that dragster in the right. 005, 478 to that 8th mile, right back where it should be. Goes 812 at 117.
Aaron Montez, that left lane. That right, Alonso Sanchez in that dragster. Reaction in the left lane. Not going to be fast enough to make it to the top of the track before that dragster still.
It's our third perfect reaction time of the night right there. Very, very nice. Goes 11:31, 89 on the mile an hour after that perfect reaction time. Alonso Sanchez, 11 light, nothing to be ashamed of there in the right. Very nice reaction times on both sides of the racetrack right there. Got a couple of Mopars here coming up. The red one in the left, white in the right. Getting them staged here. Bumping it in. We are stage tree drops. With on the red side is Jesus Manriquez in the right side. 45 green for the left, and we're seeing brake lights come on both sides after that 8th mile. 45 reaction time goes 7:05 at 95 at that 8th mile in the left, 7:28 at 92 in the right.
Now up at the starting line, our final test and tune pair before we go back into our foot brake racers. The left lane, that's Eliseo Beltran. That right lane, Javier Talamentes.
.59 reaction time in the left for Beltran, 75 in the right for Talamentes. Both of them coasting through that quarter mile. Goes 7:02, with an 8 at 95 for Beltran in the 8th, 6:18.1.
Andy Kadar, that 1970 Pontiac in the left lane, that right lane. That's Joe Kidd in that Chevy pickup. Those dials, a 10:53 and a 10:07.
Gonna see just about a half a second head start go to Kadar there in the left. That 1970 Pontiac GTO. Both of these racers been doing very well tonight. Do believe we saw Kadar drop one entry last round, so both of these guys, when they lose, they're going to be out for the night. It's going to be Joe Kidd parking it at the trailer for the night as he is 18th out red. Kadar 74. Lights it up 2 above, and he is coming back. Joe 18th out red had no chance after that red light was on. Just for fun, put it 5 under at the finish line. Next up, we're going to see Irving Valenzuela taking on Samantha Kidd. Valenzuela dial 1070. Kidd dial 1395. Decent head start, going to go to the right lane. 3 1/4 seconds.
1070 on Valenzuela's dial in that Mustang. That right lane at 1395 in Kidd's Pinto. Battle of the Fords.
Wind light going to come on.
Both are going to break out.
Double breakout for Valenzuela. They were very close in reaction time, split by just 0.04 of a second. On the double breakout, breaking it out less is Valenzuela, and he's going to turn on the wind line. Next out, Marvin Wolfmeyer, left side, the 72 Chevy Vega wagon. Dialed 1145, taking on Antonio Romero. Romero dialed 1155, only 1/10 of a second. Going to separate these two in the dial-ins, so we're going to see them leave pretty close to heads up.
Pretty small margin between those two dials, just 1/10 of a second.
USA versus Mexico battle. It's going to go to Team Mexico. Wolfmeyer clicks at 13th out red. Romero 37. Puts it a 10th above, just for fun. Wolfmeyer 13th out red. Puts it quite a bit under the dial.
And now, Joe Kidd Jr. versus the Grinch. Grinch in that left lane, a 969 dial. Joe Kidd Jr. with a 1 second head start, 1071 on his dial in that Outlaw Nova in the right lane.
Pair of Novas right here. Pre-stage is lit. Stage bulbs are lit. Oh. Somebody is in big trouble. Yeah, and Joe Kidd Jr. is not going to let him get away with it. Joe had 3/10 of an advantage after that starting line. He went down there, had plenty of room, ripped it, put it plenty above the dials safely, turning on the wind light there. The Grinch, 368 on the reaction time, had no shot.
Now our bye for this round, Marcos Ocampo in that 68 Mustang.
Do believe we've already seen Marcos one time. Oh, actually, no, we have not yet. This is still his first entry running the bye. 1054 going to be the dial in.
Gonna go red, but it's a bye. We don't care.
Hold them there, Mikey.
Through the quarter mile goes 1055.5 at 127 on that 1054 dial.
Real close to his dial, especially for going red. Tim O'More, left lane, dial 905. Right lane in that Chevy S10, that bright pink one, Ivan Saavedra. A whole 2-second head start going towards Ivan. 11.14 on his dial.
Tim's big block Camaro going to be on the chase. .006 from O'More, a real big advantage going towards him. Ivan Saavedra, 163. It's going to go to Tim O'More, that 006 proving him well. Yeah, 006, big advantage to Tim O'More there. Saavedra, 163 on the reaction time, puts it 4 above, ends up 39 thou behind after Tim goes 921 on the 905. Down a bunch of mile an hour, had a huge reaction advantage, played it safe, turned on the wind light for Tim O'More.
That was our last. That was our last pair for our foot brake races, round 4. Now we are going back into some test and tune. Passer be a 005, Andreas Holland 028. That's passer be the right lane, Hall the left. new best time for passer be 11.392, 11.310 for Hall in the left lane. Emmanuel Chavez. Oh, 4.6 on his reaction time. Gonna hit that eighth mile, 7.591 miles an hour. That quarter mile, 12.81 miles an hour.
Here on the left side, got the Nova going up against this Camaro in the right. Pre-staged, staging them up. Ooh, and it looks like that Camaro rolled all the way through.
Gonna see a red light in that right lane.
Here on the left side, got that very nice dragster going up against Luis Valenzuela. .115 the reaction time for the dragster in the left, 0.83 the reaction time in the right. .508 to the 8th mile at 133 miles an hour for the dragster. 83 reaction time in the right, 565 the run for Luis Valenzuela. This is Ruben Ruiz back around, making another driver's license pass here. Pulling up. 17th thou red.
If there are any small tires who would like to make a third pass tonight, please come on up to lanes 2 and 3. Attention pits. Any small tires who would like to make a third pass tonight, lanes 2 and 3.
Gonna see Ruben Ruiz after going 587 to the 8th, run 931, 138 through that quarter mile.
6 very comparable reactions.
.609, 110 the run to the 8th mile for shutting it off for Ruben Quintero Jr. in the left side. 6:42 at 106 the run in the right there before also shutting it off after the 8th. Next out here, left side, going to be Jeremy Jacobs, the Plymouth Savoy, going up against Pat Neal's Cougar over there in the right. Not sure who's driving that car tonight. Looks like we're having a little bit of a cleanup going on the starting line right now. Looks like they're walking back, get this pair going down.
Red in the right lane, Jeremy Jacobs on the 016 in the left.
Both of them shut it off after the 8th. Looks like that Cougar in the right didn't even make it that far. Having some problems there after going 3:47 red. Jeremy Jacobs, nice light, 16 reaction time. Goes 5:84, 118 before shutting it off. Looks like we got another driver's license pass here. Thunderbird on the left side. Believe this car is out of Mexico. Not sure how far we're going to see this car go, but 5:40 reaction time after going in deep. Runs it down the racetrack past the 8th. Believe shut it off there. Yep, looks like it. 6:36, 108 to that 8th mile. Goes 10:38. Only 103 to the quarter.
Luis Armenta, that left lane Camaro. That right lane Chevy pickup, that is Kevin Smania. Double an 022 and an 035 from Luis and Kevin. Both gonna hit new end times, end time best times, 11.5 and a 10.1 in the left and right lanes.
Looks like we saw both of those guys run their cars out for the first time. Armenta picked up a lot. Smania picked up just a little bit. Left side, this is Manuel Hernandez. Nice lights for both of them. 009 in the right, 18 in the left. It's like both of them shut it off after the 8th mile. Hernandez goes 6:25, 110. 7:12 at 95 the run for Urena. Here in the left side, the Dart, 2:54 the reaction time. Runs it down through the quarter mile, go 11:27 at 1:17.
Looks like Hector Hernandez, that right lane Mustang, got a 001, just a 1,000 reaction, but that car is much slower.
Looks like he had some problems right after, jumped out of the beams, had a nice light, and then issues pretty much immediately after.
Attention pits, let's get our foot brake racers to lanes 3 and 4. Foot brakes to lanes 3 and 4. In the left lane from that dragster. An 043 from that right lane Chevelle.
Nice run there for Brad Hawk, 5:04, 1:37. Coasts it out to 8:33, 1:29 through the quarter after a 000 perfect reaction time. 0:43 the reaction time for Victor Sandoval on the right. Sorry. Goes 6:08, 1:09, and coasts it out to 10:72. Here's Bill Bollick in the left side, taking on Mike Zimmerman. Zimmerman back around his second car of the night. I saw him in that Ranchero earlier. It's another car out of the Zimmerman camp. It's a dragster, built by Yancer. Very, very cool paint job on this car. Very, very fast car. The horsepower built. Nice light there for Bill Bollick, 006. Zimmerman, looks like he ran that out 23 on the reaction time, goes 497 at 140. Quarter mile says 776, 175. Bollick was 006. Looks like he shut it off after that 8th mile to go 9-0. Couple more of our front wheel drive cars here. Civic. Civic hatchback in the left. It's like LB3A. That Civic in the right lane. Left side, 286 on the reaction time, 747 at 98. To the 8th, 1137, 132 to the quarter.
Good thing this is a test and tune and not a race to the finish line, because this next matchup, I think I know who'd win. Expedition in our Ford Explorer in the right lane, and the left lane is going to be a dragster. That's Leroy Duran. Attention pits, let's get our foot brake racers to lanes 3 and 4. Second call for foot brake racers, lanes 3 and 4.
Yeah, once again, this is going to be a very interesting race here. Leroy Duran in the dragster up against the stock Ford Explorer.
I have a funny feeling I know which one's going to make it to the end
14
first.
reaction time for Leroy. Goes 5.0, 138 to the 8th, runs 7.85, 170, wide open through the quarter. That Explorer, 6.52 reaction time, goes 13.05 at 110 through the quarter. Couple of very fast cars here. King Kong in the right, piloted by Raul Loreto. He's going up against Tony Henderson. Henderson in the left. Believe that Henderson car might be a little bit quicker than the King Kong car.
Still, both definitely fast cars.
Yeah, mid-fives or even faster.
.009 in the red in that left lane, and 013 in the King Kong.
Numbers light up for Henderson, 9th thou red, 522 to the 8th, and 814, 169 to the quarter, 13 green for Loreto. And King Kong goes 564 to that 8th mile. Nice lap there.
Now this 64 Chevelle in the left lane, Tatis Armenta Jr. And that right lane, Kim Zimmerman.
Couple of nice reaction times there. Armenta 18 green, 641 at 107 before he shut it off after the 8th mile. Zimmerman 26 green, goes 746 at 89 through that 8th mile. Hector Hernandez Jr. left side, the Mustang, taking on that red Vega wagon in the right side. Seen both of these cars make quite a few passes tonight. .003 in the right lane,
an 0.12 in the left from Hernandez Jr. Gonna run a 10.5 and an 11.8 in the left and right lanes.
Looks like both of those cars shut it off at the 8th as well, seeing that as a very common trend tonight. Another very fast car here in the right side. This is Moni Valenzuela. I believe a mid to low 5-second car in the 8th, so I'm getting finished up with driver's licensing. Looks like we're making passes now. Camaro here in the left.
Definitely a fast car. Just getting out of the driver's licensing. 0.24 from Valenzuela in that right lane. Gonna hit that that 8th mile, 5.3, 128 miles an hour. Looks like he shut it off, 8.9, 122. That left lane an 0.67 and a 7.2, 93. Looks like he also shut it off, 12.3, 81 miles an hour.
Here on the left side, this is KJ Desop. Going up against this front wheel drive Civic. This ought to be an interesting matchup. The dragster out of Vegas, that's KJ. Civic in the right.
Attention pits. Let's get our third call for our foot brakes. Let's get our foot brakes to lanes 3 and 4. Foot brakes lanes 3 and 4. .005 to a 6.53. Definitely not doing any favors for him against that dragster. Such a tardy start time. That was our last run for our test and tunes. Now we're going into our small tires for the third time.
Yep, looks like we're getting our small tire into the box here. It's going to be Nick Kincaid in the left side. The Mustang with the Pro Charger. Be taking on the 2000s Mustang with the turbos in the right. Box body versus a little bit newer Mustang. Two different power adders. Going to be interesting matchup here. Couple of fast cars.
Half the reaction time on Nick Kincaid's side.
Nice run there for both cars, getting it down the racetrack. Kincaid drops the laundry at the end, getting it slowed down with that parachute. Nice run there for both of those cars.
Now a left lane single for our small tires coming up next. Sounds like this Bel Air sounds mean.
Gonna be making a solo pass here. Got quite the burnout going there. Rolled it out about 150 feet out there. Getting him backed up now. Not sure what the power adder is on this, but know for sure that it is not turbos because it is a very loud car. Either going to be nitrous or pro charger, not sure right now. We'll tell when it goes down the racetrack. His small tires of choice look to be radials. Got the parachute on the back of it. See what it can do. Rolling it into stage now. Three blocks.
653 reaction. Gonna be okay because it's by, it looks like.
Started drifting out towards the wall there. Had to roll out of the throttle a little bit. Good move there. Keep the car safe. Sadly, lost a little bit of ET there.
This left lane red Mustang, number 0827. Right lane, Beto Dominguez, Lightning McQueen. Looks like that Mustang is not getting off the start line. Beto Dominguez, 016, 10-second run. Looks like rerunning this as a single in the left lane. 062 reaction, 60 foot and 1.5. Great 60 foot. Gonna hit that 8th mile, 7.2 seconds, 94 miles an hour. Gonna hit that full track quarter mile, 12 seconds, 84 miles an hour. Looks like he killed it at the 8th. Now Alex Kira's in that Chevy 2. In that left lane, that right lane looks like a Ford Pinto. .014 and 064, a .05, put away in that left lane. Gonna hit that 8th mile, 6.3 in the left, 6.8 in the right. Attention pits, foot brakes to lanes 3 and 4, foot brakes to lanes 3 and 4. Alex Lamas in that right lane, that left lane, that's Chevy Bel Air. Gonna have an 037 and an 042 in the left and right. That 8th mile, 6.7 and 6.8, 101.99 miles an hour. End of track, gonna get to that quarter mile, 11.2, 11.5. Sebastian Rivera, that left lane, that right lane in that dragster, that's Gabriel Hernandez.
Door car on dragster action right here. Both of these cars from Team Mexico. Couple of bright colors on here. The bright green, bright yellow and blue. Nice paint job on that dragster in the right.
.37021 in the left and right lanes. Gonna hit that 8th mile, 4.888 in the right lane, a 8.121 in the left. Double the speed in that right lane. 63 to 141 miles an hour in that 8th mile.
Looks like Rivera had some issues there. 37 on the reaction time, was very slow to that 8th mile mark. Here's Ariel Zavala left side. Old Chevy. Going up next to Paul Lorton. Lorton for Team Dialed Performance. Dialed Performance Innovation, our live stream sponsor here all weekend. Lorton, a very good racer. Can hang anywhere around the big money bracket racing scene. Always one to watch out for when you're pulling up in the lanes.
Attention pits! Lanes will be closed at midnight, 12:00 a.m. That is in 26 minutes. We will be closing test and tune lanes.
Nice 14 reaction time for Lorton in that right lane. Goes 9:88, 137 through that quarter mile. Zavala 56 and clicks it off after that 8th mile. Next out going to be Matt Bong left side. His Mustang. Going up next to yet another Mustang over there in the right. Believe this might be one of the Lorton cars, but not for sure. Start out right side, 32 green. Bong runs it to the quarter, goes 10:09 at 134. That air's getting better. That's his best run of the weekend. Right side after that 32 reaction time, going to go 12:91 at 1:03.
That, I believe, was our last pair for our test and tunes. We're going back into our foot brake races. Andy Kadar in that left lane. 10:54 on his dial. Gonna have a 1 second head start from Antonio Romero. 11:60. Looks a little crooked from Kadar in that left lane and that burnout. Swerving a little bit.
Not sure, don't think anyone is doubled still here in competition. think everyone, once they lose one, they are out for the night. 10:54 the dial in for Kadar. 11:60 for Romero. Who's going to get it? I'm going to find out down there at that quarter mile, staging them up. We're in. Bring the RPMs up. Oh.
125 and a 185. Both going to be a couple of mediocre.
The wind light going to come on.
A couple of mediocre reactions.
Kadar on the left side had the reaction advantage by 60 thousandths of a second.
A breakout from Romero.
Puts it 3 above to take 24th out at the stripe. Kadar was in front, above the dial. Romero was behind and under the dial. That is not a good combo, and Andy Kadar comes back for round number next.
Round number next. I think we might have lost track of what round we're on. It says round 5. We're on round 5. Joe Kidd Jr., Irving Valenzuela. 065-010. If I had to bargain here, Valenzuela would win, but he will because Joe Kidd will break out under dial. Timo Moore, Marcos Ocampo, a 905 and a 1055.
It's going to be
Ocampo going to get to leave a second and a half early.
Going to be a good race right here between Timo Moore and Marcos Ocampo. 1.5 seconds separate them. It's Ford versus Chevy, Camaro versus Mustang. Good race. 20 years separate them. Age of the cars. Staging them up. Bumping it in. Off the starting line, we are close. Only 11 thou separate them. Wind light comes on for Ocampo in the right. 52 takes 17 thou at the stripe, puts it 1 above 0. Timmy was 41, had the advantage by 11 thou, ends up 38 thou above the dial and 3 feet behind on the racetrack. Wind light comes on for Ocampo.
Seems like we are ending our test and tunes and going into a single pair of small tire races. Looks like a GTR in the left lane, a Mustang in the right. Wes Hawkins in that GTR.
Got a 4.1 liter engine. Listed as pushing 2,200 horsepower.
That sounds like a bit much for that GTR. I don't know if I buy that.
You're gonna see, you can tell that it's heavily modded.
I know that that GTR seemed to have had a bit of a scuffed run last time it went around the track.
You're gonna see what they can do here with that GTR. Definitely a lot of horsepower to put to the ground. Takes a lot of skill as the tuner to get that car to go down this racetrack. Gonna see what they can do here. Both of these cars running turbochargers. The Mustang, the GTR, both of them got parachutes. Both of them are very, very fast cars, and both of them on small tires. Although they do not agree on the small tire of choice. The GTR are on the bias plies. Well, that Mustang is on rating. Pulling it up, bumping it in. Off the starting line. Looks like
That
they are
GTR
going down the
going
racetrack.
a bit of a
GTR
swerve.
wagging the tail, going to get there first. Making a run, I'm sure they're pretty happy with there.
That was our only pair of small tires. We're going into some test and tune races now. Left lane, a dragster. Right lane, David Alejandro Ruiz Hernandez in that Camaro. In the right, 092 in the left. Looks like something might have gone a little wrong in that left lane with that dragster. Looks like that dragster made it off the track. Next up, Tom Patterson on that bike in the right lane. Kaisley Price in a dragster. Bike versus dragster. Kind of interested in this matchup. Those bikes are nothing to be messed with, but those dragsters quite quick as well. Also, pits, let's get our first call for our foot brake racers, 2, 3, and 4. Attention pits, in 12 minutes at midnight, 12 o'clock p.m. We will be closing our test and tune lanes. Test and tune lanes closing at midnight. No more test and tunes after midnight.
Last pair right there, that was Kaisley Price. Clicked it at thou red in the left lane. Goes 483 at 142 before shutting it off there. 22 thou green in the right side.
Attention pits, send up the foot brake semifinals. Send up the foot brake semifinals. Get them in lanes 3 and 4, foot brake semifinals.
Here on the left side is Kurt Zinzalita, 69 Roadrunner, going up against Ruben Quintero Jr.
Oh, 76055. Going to be at that 8th mile of 5.8 and a 6.0. Very similar times. Looks like they shut off at the 8th mile for the right lane. The left lane kept it going. 144 miles an hour at the quarter.
Yeah, nice run there for Zinzalita. 925, 144, 585, 116. Going pretty quick to that 8th mile.
Mayo Curas in this left lane Bel Air.
Believe that is a Bel Air here, taking the by run in the left. Very nice reaction time there.
Sorry, Tyler, if you gave me the buy run, I did not hear it.
Shut it off at the 8th, went 560 at 123.
Ray Montoya, another Bel Air in that left lane. This one is quite fast.
Ray Montoya here in the left. The Bel Air getting staged up. On the reaction time, runs it out. 8th mile, 495, 143. Shuts it off to go 819 at 125 in a door car. That is going very fast. Very nice run right there for Ray Montoya.
Now 2 Civic hatchbacks, both white, in the left and the right lane.
Yet another set of front-wheel drive cars here, the Civic hatchbacks. Staged up, spooling them up. Oh, left side gonna roll through the gate. No time there.
Looks like it would have been a pretty fair matchup. 2 very similar cars getting what looks like pretty similar times.
That right side car gonna go 5:37 on the reaction time. 11:03, 129 through that quarter mile.
Limo Cimaroli in that left lane in that spoiled, rotten Mustang.
Going up against Luis Hermosillo. Hermosillo on the right side. And that black Dodge Dart.
In the right lane from that Dart.
Pair of very nice reaction times. Cimaroli with a 15. Cimaroli after the 15 reaction time runs it out to an 11:63, 113. Hermosillo was 009. Goes 18:16 at 62. Still having issues with the front suspension of that car.
Sean Brewster up in the left lane in that Fiat. Carlos Ortiz and Brewster. Carlos Ortiz in the right lane. And 025 at that 8th mile, a 6.2 and a 6.3, very similar at 107 and 108 miles an hour. Gonna finish that quarter mile 10 and 9. Looks like Ortiz kept it going. Brewster shut off his engine at the 8th. Gonna get a 9.9, 135 in the right lane from Ortiz.
Next pair coming up here. This is Alicio Beltran, right side. Going up against his green Nova. Got the flames on here on the left.
Alicio 120 red. 284 on the left lane. Gonna hit that 8th mile, a 7 and a 4. A 7 and a 6.4. A 106 and 96 miles an hour.
Left side looked like they ran it out there. 10:19 at 130. Right side for Beltran ran it to the 8th. Went 7:01 at 96. Clicked it off. Coast through to an 11:68 at 89 miles an hour. Here's Ken Passerby on the right side in the Vega. Going up against this red Chevy truck here. Red light start by 8 thou for Passerby. 146 the reaction time for the truck in the left. That truck goes 1098, 122 through the quarter mile, 1142. 88 miles an hour coasting from the 8th is Ken Passerby after going 671, 101. Skylar Barichko, left side in that 2008 dragster, going up against Jamie Villalobos Jr. in that right side. Dragster versus the Mustang. Barichko should be in probably the 470s to that 8th mile. Gonna see if that dragster can do right now. See him pick up that front tire. They're going 36 green, 477, 144. Shuts it off to go 815. Only 116 miles an hour. Villalobos, 23 on the reaction time, goes 634, 108. Shuts it off to still go 1060. Here in the left lane, the C10. Nice patina paint job on there. Going up against that Civic in the right. 006 red for that left lane truck. 673 to that 8th mile before shutting it off. The Civic, 520 on the reaction time, goes 879 at 81 to the 8th, runs it through the quarter at 1349, 103 miles per hour.
Ivan Kahn's in the left lane. That right lane, dragster. Attention pits. Test and tune lanes are closed. Test and tune lanes are closed. Do not send any more test and tune. No more test and tune.
Burnouts have been completed here. It's Ivan Kahn's in the left side. We have not seen this car make a run yet. The Kahn's racing team has made a few passes in their Corvette, but not the roofless one yet. So we're seeing the Corvette Roadster here making a pass right side at dragster. Have seen that car run time or two so far. Carefully staging them up. There we go. Double 05 reaction time for Ivan Kahn's. 580 at 120 the run, goes 908 at 146 through that quarter mile. Right side the dragster, 37 reaction time, goes 5076, 133 through the 8th mile before shutting it off to coast through at an 855. Speaking of the Kahn's racing Corvette, here it is on the starting line here on the left side. This is David Kahn's, the pilot. Richard Shelley in the right side. Matt Vega. Kahn's timed out Rolled in and double bulb, decided to back out for the etiquette, ended up getting timed out on the starting line.
Seems that there was an issue with David Kahns' starting line. We will be doing a quick reset on this race and then commence it.
Looks like we got it sorted out. We're staged up.
Looks like Kahns might still be having some issues. Really slow to get off that starting line, 5.3 seconds. Seems to be going slow, but it looks like he might make it to the end.
Looks like Shelly there, after a 450 reaction time, just run it to the 8th, went 607, 113, clicked it off. Kahns, so still be having some issues, gonna idle it down the racetrack there.
At that 8th mile, just 17.9 seconds, 36 miles an hour. At that quarter, 28.9, 43 miles an hour for Kahns.
Left side. That Cougar, it's Pat Neal's car. Not sure who's driving that right now. Up there on the right side, that's Kios Manriquez. I believe this is going to be the last pair of test and tune. Pre-staged. Left side is staged. Right side bumping it in. Staged. 3 drops. Green lights impaired. Left side, 417 on the reaction time. Enriquez goes 81. Looks like both of them going to shut it off after the 8th. 607, 113 the run from Enriquez at that 8th mile. 666 at 94. The run in the left.
Seems we are now going into some small tires after this test and tune. After that, I believe we will be going to our foot brake racers. Never mind, we are going into our foot brake now.
So we're rolling into foot brake. Then there was 3 cars left. The semifinals left side. This is Andy Kadar, 1052 the Island, the 1970 Pontiac GTO, taking on Marcos Ocampo. Marcos style 1055, only 300ths. Gonna separate them. 2 cars are close in year. They're close in dial. We're gonna see who's gonna come out on top.
just a 0.03, 300ths of a second difference on those lights. A 009 to an 063,
One
that
of
might
them
have
should
sealed the
have
deal.
it.
Kadar should win this off of his start
And the
alone,
win
and
light
he
comes
does.
on. 009 put it 2 above, 29 total, and Ocampo was locked out. 63 on the tree, had no chance, was breaking it out and was still behind. So it's going to be Andy Kadar going to the final. It's going to be taking on Irving Valenzuela. Here's Valenzuela, the 2017 5-liter Mustang.
Here we go with a preview of what Kadar will be going against in the final here tonight at Tucson Dragway, Cactus Clash Day 1.
Valenzuela predicting 1063. Goes 98 green. Quarter mile ET says 1065, 5, 134, 2 above 5 on that 1063 dial.
A run like that will be hard to beat if he gets something similar in that final matchup against Kadar. I believe we are going into small tires now. Proudly flying that Mexican flag in the left lane.
Couple of Team Mexico cars here, left side. The Fox body, got the Mexican flag on it. Right side, yet another Fox body Mustang. That's Alex Alameda, also for Team Mexico. Getting these cars backed up, getting ready to make the run here. Some traction issues for that car in the right. Still not a bad run for either of those cars. That car in the left side going very quick right there. Very nice lap. And despite those traction issues, still very decent run there for that Mustang in the right.
Another Mustang in the right, this time doing a single.
go, spooling up the turbos, bumping it in, or stage. All right, let's try this again. Getting it spooled up, bumping it in. Nice little wheel stand there. Very nice pass out of that Fox body Mustang in the right. I'm sure they will be very happy with that run. Got it down the racetrack. Nice little wheel stand. Good application of power there.
Now, Wes Hawkins, this 2010 Nissan GTR, still saying it makes 2,200 horsepower. Running a single in our right lane for our small tires.
Let's see what it goes.
Looking like it's swerving a little bit down the track, but nothing too unmanageable. Gonna make it all the way down in a 6.273, 146 miles an hour at that 8th mile. Nathan, do you think that was 2,200 horsepower?
Definitely was not 2,200 horsepower for the first 330 feet. And I think it could be a lot faster if they added it there. But that's the hard part, is getting that power to go in right. And that's a lot easier said than done. And that's why tuning those cars takes a lot of skill, is because getting that power applied to the ground. Really, really tough when you have all of that horsepower.
Attention pits, let's get our foot brake final to lanes 3 and 4. Let's get our foot brake final up. Foot brake final lanes 3 and 4.
Here we go, back into our test stand 2. Yet another Mustang versus Camaro. Mustang in the right side. 4 thou red. Looks like neither of them, well, yeah, neither of them gonna run that to the quarter. 17, 95 miles an hour to the 8th in the right side for that Mustang after the 004 red light. Left side is Alonso Sanchez, the dragster. Very nice dragster. Taking on Jamie Villalobos. Up here in the truck. Getting something off the track out there about 70 feet out. Here we go, pulling them up.
0.05 difference in those reaction times. 4.7, 147 miles an hour in that left lane. 6.6, 102 in the right. Both shut off at that 8th mile.
Here's Aaron Montez on the left side, the Malibu. Up here next to Eric Daniels. Daniels in the Vega. Nice 001 reaction time for Daniels in the right side. 650 with a 9. 104 through the 8th mile. Shuts it off there. 49 reaction time for Montez in the left. Goes 680 with a 9. 100 miles an hour through that 8th mile and then shuts it off there as well. This pair of Mopars we've seen a few times here today.
.008 and an 0011, just 3 thou difference between these two racers at that 8th mile. 7.0 and 7.2 in the right and left lanes. A 95 and a 92 mile an hour. Very comparable times. Looks like they both shut down at the 8th mile. 12 and 12. 76 and 78 miles an hour.
Very nice lights for both of those drivers. Looks like they're ready to get into competition.
Now Kim Zimmerman, that left lane. Jose Luis Torres in the right. That dragster in the right. And that is... in the green in the left and right. Seeing some 8th mile times. A 7.4 at 90 in the left. A 5.7 at 120 in the right. Very impressive time in that right lane.
Looks like both of them shut off at the 8th there. It's going to be Nacho Rivera on the left side. Be going up next to Andreas Hull. Hull in the truck. Rivera in that little Mopar.
Attention pits, send Andy Kadar up to the lanes. Andy Kadar to the staging lanes for our foot brake final. We also have some checks for the semis. Antonio Romero, Tim O'More, and Joe Kidd Jr. That is Antonio Romero, Tim O'More, and Joe Kidd Jr. Please come to the announcer booth, the door that says announcer, to come get your checks. We have checks for you.
This next pair here, we got the Grinch. The left side, the Nova. Saw this car running in foot brake earlier, now making some test passes right side. It's Jeremy Jacobs, the Plymouth Savoy, recently just got painted. Red light start, 19 thou for the Grinch in the left side. Jacobs 31 green, 660, 114 for shutting it off after the 8th, 616, 111 at the 8th mile for the Grinch. He runs it all the way out the quarter, goes 974, 133.
Marcos Ocampo, we have your payout for the semifinal up here in the announcer booth. Marcos Ocampo on top of the 3 previously mentioned Czechs, Antonio Ramiro, Tim O'More, and Joe Kidd Jr. We have those 4 Czechs up here in the announcer booth. Please come on out.
Pair right here, Tatis Armenta Jr., 21. On the reaction time, goes 637, 107 at the 8th mile. 552 reaction time, goes 1294, 126 through the quarter in the left. That front wheel drive Civic. Here in the right side, getting driver's license passes, this is Ruben Ruiz. Up again. Goes 583. Quarter mile, 926, 136. Next out, David Alejandro Ruiz Hernandez, the 74 Camaro here on the left side, 406 cubic inches of small block in that car. Right side, that's Mike Zimmerman, the engine builder in the dragster. Hernandez 7th out red. Goes 646, 101 miles an hour, the 8th mile. Zimmerman 34 goes 497 at 140 before shutting off after the 8th mile there. Left side, this red Vega wagon going up against Lino Cimaroli. Only 48 red in that right lane. Left side, that Vega wagon, nice 10 light there. Left side shuts off after the 8th, goes 707, 98 miles an hour. Right side, Cimaroli shuts off after the 8th as well after going 733. Right side, the Mustang taking the solo shot here. Reaction time. 587, 117 through the half track before shutting it off there.
Now, that was our final test and tune run of the night. We're going to have our foot brake finals now. Also, remember, Antonio Romero, Joe Kidd Jr., and Marcos Ocampo. We have checks up here in the announcer room for you, so please make your way up to the announcer room to get your money.
Here comes the foot brake final. Andy Kadar, left side. 10:51 the dial, the 1970 Pontiac GTO taking on Irving Valenzuela. Valenzuela, the 2017 Ford Mustang, new versus old. The ETs, only 1.5 tenths are going to separate them in dial. It's going to be decided at the finish line. Off the foot brake, we are green on both sides of the tree. Let's see who will win it. The quarter-mile win light comes on. For Irving Valenzuela, 29, had the reaction advantage by a bunch. Puts it 5 above and turns on the win light by 8 thousandths of a second. What a great race right there. Kadar, not for lack of trying, was 94, behind on the reaction time, but put it dead 2 at the finish line. Only 8 little thou behind, 1 foot on the racetrack. What a great race to finish off the night.
Irving Valenzuela, the foot brake champion tonight. Now, as we finish up here tonight at Tucson Dragway, remember, if you've partaken in any adult beverages, be sure you are not the one behind the wheel on the way home. Remember, we will have events all weekend for the Cactus Clash Day 2 and 3 on Saturday and Sunday. I believe my friend Nathan up here in the announcer booth is going to be running tomorrow, at least once. So everyone, have a good night. Hopefully we will see you tomorrow, and be safe out there. Congratulations to Irving Valenzuela for being the champion of our foot brake races tonight. And also Joe Kidd Jr. and Marcos Ocampo, make your way up. First door on the left at the tower, announcer door. We have checks for you. Marcos Ocampo, Joe Kidd Jr., announcer door. First door on the left up here in the tower once you go up the stairs.